Kia ora koutou, everybody. Many thanks for coming along this morning to our final innovation series session for the year. Lincoln University has run a number of innovation sessions dealing with land-based issues, land-based industries over the last year. And this is the last one of the year, and undoubtedly with the most important topic, which is about safeguarding the future of farming, particularly relating to biosecurity, both at the border and beyond. And this is brought to you in collaboration with the Center for One Biosecurity Research, Analysis and Synthesis, an interdisciplinary center funded by Lincoln University, of which I'm the director, which has a focus really on bringing different elements of biosecurity together, particularly across the animal, plant, human, and environmental health spectrum. So why have we focused on biosecurity? Well, anyone who looks at the KPMG Agribusiness Review has looked at it over the last 15 years knows that the farming community, the agriculture community, rank biosecurity as the #1 concern, and they've consistently done so for the last 15 years. It's a big issue. And of course, our economy is very much driven by the success of our primary sector. And without protecting our primary sector, our economy can suffer considerable deficits in terms of its international funding. So why innovation? Well, New Zealand is often seen as being a world leader in biosecurity. We're often seen as the gold standard, and many countries try and emulate what we're doing. But the field of biosecurity is moving incredibly quickly, and innovation sits at its heart. And so innovation requires the collaboration of industry, the science community, and the public to work together to improve our opportunities to grow our primary sector and to protect it. Really, protection of our primary sector is often undervalued in terms of biosecurity. We want to grow more, but we don't realize that without the strong biosecurity and the protection from pests and diseases, our primary sector would be handicapped in international trade, both in terms of the number of chemicals it have to use, but also in terms of the yield and productivity of those systems. So where's innovation coming? What can we imagine that the future might bring in terms of innovation? Well, I wrote a few notes here about the kinds of things that we might expect. Not surprisingly, genome sequencing is something that's in the back of many people's minds in terms of the future of our productive sectors, both in terms of improving the resilience of crops to pests, but also in terms of potentially creating new biocontrol agents or genetically modifying those pests so that they're less impactful. Everyone's familiar with drones and satellites, but increasingly the ability for drones and satellites to work together to map potential areas of pest damage, to actually identify when pests might be about to cause an incursion is an incredibly important area. And of course, there's the Internet of Things. The idea that we might have sensors on containers, on transport vehicles, on animals, and on livestock would mean that we can really coordinate where pests are, where they're moving to, and manage those pests in real time. Of course, biosecurity supports sustainable farming, and increasingly our international markets are seeking sustainable products from New Zealand. We can't afford to increase our carbon footprint, nor can we afford to increase the number of chemicals that are going into our crops. And so new biosecurity tools can help us be much more sustainable in terms of managing our crops in the future, including things such as precision agriculture. And of course, the key area for us in New Zealand, anybody who comes to New Zealand knows that the border is a major filter for many pest species. But increasingly, we need to be really smart about this, being able to detect and identify threats before they arrive. And this includes such things as profiling of potential consignments, but also things like blockchain technology, which means that we can have really real-time traceability of containers, knowing exactly where they've come from and what pests they might have picked up on the way. Now, I'm not suggesting that we're going to be touching on all those topics, but I'd just like to point out that for those of you who are less aware of where the field is developing, it's a really exciting area of research at the moment. And it's one where Lincoln University is showing leadership, but also many of our colleagues in the Bioeconomy Science Institute, who I'm very pleased to see here, are also contributing. And hopefully those of you who are unfamiliar with how the landscape of research in New Zealand is changing Lincoln, this campus is becoming an increasingly important hub for biosecurity research, both with the Bioeconomy Science Institute having its southern base here, but also with a university. So this could be the place where the new innovations start coming from in the future, we hope. The range of speakers that we have today are very broad. We've been particularly lucky in that the first choices have all said yes, so that's really great. And what we tried to do was to see the relevance of biosecurity at the border, at the farm gate, and also in terms of the future and policy. And so we're really lucky that Canterbury has a number of great research organizations, but also a lot of industries that are really pro biosecurity. And those of you who are unfamiliar, Canterbury is about to try and develop something very similar to Biosecurity Taranaki, but also Tauranga Moana Biosecurity Capital, a collaboration across the area that will have biosecurity at its heart. And again, I think Bioeconomy Institute, Lincoln University, and many of the other partners, the port, the airport, ECAN, DOC, are all keen to play a role in this, to take things forward, to make sure that Canterbury really is a biosecurity capital in itself. So without more speaking from me, I wanted to introduce the first speaker. We had a slight change. Well, it's nice to see that Matt's arrived. We changed the order out so you wouldn't be too stressed arriving here. So we've got Kirsty Brennan to speak first. Kirsty works at the Port of Littleton, a major player in the economy of Canterbury, but also a major route by which pests and diseases can come into the country. And I'm very pleased to know that Kirsty's doing a double act with one of our colleagues from the Bioeconomy Science Institute. That's Mark McNeil. Mark McNeil is a researcher previously in ag research, but now across the road in the Bioeconomy Institute, who's had a long period working in biosecurity with Better Border Biosecurity. Kirsty, on the other hand, is really at the coalface. She's been working in the biosecurity interface in terms of trade and containers coming into the port. And I think that between the two of them, they should give us a really good idea of the innovation and threats that we face at the border in our particular region. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Kirsty.
Thank you. Testing. Good. Yeah, really happy to be here. So thanks for the warm welcome. And yeah, I'm actually really interested in learning from all of you and the rest of the speakers coming up. So the first line of defence into New Zealand for pests and diseases is, of course, the ports. And as a port in Littleton, we take biosecurity very seriously. If ports are effective in preventing the incursion and the pathway of spread of pests and diseases, then we're going to be preventing the impacts, the flow-on impacts to the economy, to productivity, and to the natural ecosystems. And of course, the health and resilience of our natural ecosystems are part of our defence, so another focus of ours. Now, there are many aspects to biosecurity at the port, and I am just one of the many players at the port that deals with aspects of biosecurity. Now, I will disclose that I'm not an expert in this field, and I've been working at Littleton Port Company for the last 4 years. My background is in environmental science and catchment processes and ecology. And at the port, my role in the environment sustainability team is to lead operational environmental management and compliance, and leading the biodiversity strategy, but also leading the development and implementation of our marine biosecurity strategy. So I'm very lucky to have Mark here with us to be able to shed some light on some of the smarter ways that technology is being used at the port. So Mark is certainly involved alongside some of the work that we're doing at the container terminal. So he's going to pop up and talk about that aspect. So just for some context, if you're not aware, so Littleton Port Company is the 3rd largest port in New Zealand and the largest on the South Island. Our business is to facilitate trade of goods between Christchurch, Canterbury, South Island, and across the world. LPC operate in 3 locations in Christchurch, in and around Christchurch. We've obviously got our seaport in Littleton, where we've got container ships coming and going, recreational vessels, cruise vessels, and then the transport of cargo between trucks and trains, then through to our 2 inland ports at City Depot in Hillsborough and Midland Port in Rolleston. And those 2 inland port depots are empty container terminals, repair, as well as warehousing for or storage of containerised goods. All 3 of our locations have approved facilities for managing and treating high-risk cargo. So from cars, bulk fertiliser, stock feed, frozen foods, furniture, we import a variety of many goods from a variety of locations. And not to mention, we've got visiting cruise vessels and the recreational yachts that we've got at the marina. So there are many ways that pests and diseases can enter New Zealand via the port. And there's many pathways from the port to spread onto other areas. So I probably don't need to tell you guys here and about what sorts of things that we might be on the high alert for. You know, we've got the thistle, Mediterranean fanworm, the brown marmorated stink bug, the pea weevil, and foot and mouth diseases as part of our ongoing surveillance. So as I mentioned, there are many aspects to biosecurity at the port. The Biosecurity Act sets out most of what we do. All ports must be certified as a port of first arrival and in order to discharge cargo. And what this means is that we need to have processes, procedures in place. We need to have transitional facilities that are approved and approved personnel. And there's a lot of training and audits and greater awareness that goes along with that. The management of pests and surveillance is ongoing at the port. And so this is really a big focus for us, looking at detection, looking at management, looking at where we need to put our focus, put our resources. We need to be looking at where we can reduce risk. And as part of that, collaboration is the key to our success. So this is a multi-agency approach is required for us to be successful. And we're already working with many organisations, those of you here in the room today, for example, and we rely on the advice from others to help us understand where our biggest risks are, where we need to put our focus, and to be making sure that we're securing the border as best that we can. So there are a number of ways a port can facilitate pathways of pests and diseases. Today's presentation, I'm going to focus mostly on 2 of these aspects. The number 1, the cargo imports, and number 4, our marine biosecurity. I'll touch on all of them, but so that will be the focus of the presentation. But of course, happy to talk to you in the breaks or afterwards about anything you might be interested in. With 50% of our container trade in imports, as well as bulk cargo, cruise vessels, and cars, there are many ways to hitch a ride into New Zealand. The biosecurity rules to import or bring goods into New Zealand are quite strict, and as Philip mentioned, they're quite, they're across the world really well regarded. And so already that helps us reduce our risk. MPI Biosecurity New Zealand advise LPC on which types of cargo and which countries the cargo comes from that may need to be investigated, that really high risk cargo. So there are flags on cargo that will be coming from Australia, for example, cars and caravans, for example, will be bringing in species that we don't currently have but could very easily spread into New Zealand, spiders, snakes, things like that. So those flagged cargo that come into the port will then be required to undergo further investigation at the facilities that we have. And over the past year, for example, approximately 100,000 containers have been individually inspected. So LPC, we've got facilities at Littleton, but also at the 2 inland ports to be able to manage that. I'm going to pass over to Mark now to give you a bit of insight into the ways in which technology is being used more and more to, and research as well, to be able to help us detect right at the border. As you can imagine, it's a very tricky job.
Keep talking.
Oh, probably should.
Thank you. I'd just like to acknowledge the work or the collaboration and the willingness of Littleton Port Company to actually, work with us as scientists, because we sort of rock on in and sort of make ourselves sort of slightly annoying by wanting to look at containers or sample them, etc. But I would have to say the Littleton Port Company staff have been very accommodating of this research. I'm going to talk something about a little bit about the history, and the port has been supportive of, especially of B3 proposed research over the years. Back Sniffertech, back in 2000, 2002, we've got surveillance for exotic weevils and spiders as well. And there was also, we led a study on soil and sea freight, what the risk was associated with those contaminants on sea containers in particular. And more recently, we are carrying out a project at Littleton Port, testing a new AI camera system out. And I'll just point out that it's acknowledge my colleagues who've been involved in these projects in the past and currently. The Sniffertech one was quite interesting. It was and probably ahead of its time. But the idea was you could put a probe into a sea container, collect the volatile organic compounds that were being held within that container, take that that sensor and push it through a mass spec to identify volatile organic compounds of, say, ants or arachnids, snakes, or untreated wood. And it'd be fair to say that the technology was probably, we hadn't quite caught up, but it was a great idea. And there have been various examples following on from this work within B3 as well, Better Border Biosecurity, to use that concept to detect unwanted organisms. And I think the game changer now would be something like the AI technology we could use to help sort out those volatile VOCs that are in that sea container, the ones that we want to target against the background. The other one was the traps, and we played around with several traps targeting weevils and spiders. Now, in a port environment like that, which is fairly intensively built, there's very little vegetation, and if you have a trap with an attractant, even a general attractant, like a plant attractant, it can be quite useful and probably quite effective in attracting not just one or two species, but actually families. And it proved to be proved our hypothesis, because we were able to collect a wide range of spiders using sort of traps like that. And also these proved to be very effective in attracting weevils, as well as some other species that were of interest, representative species of exotic organisms. And of course, we've got the sea containers, the research where we looked at, what are on sea containers, what are the risks, for every gram of soil, how many plant pathogenic bacteria, fungi, insects like ants or mites, invertebrates, as well as seeds and nematodes. And that was a very informative bit of research that was recently published. And more recently, the port have been very supportive in this technology, where we're aiming to improve detection of unwanted organisms on sea containers in real time as they come off the container, hit the deck. There's a photograph is taken, is then processed through an AI neural network is used to identify the any unwanted organisms. Proof of concept at the moment. The idea is at some stage we will be able to do six-sided surveillance of sea containers as they're coming off the wharf. But in the meantime, we're making quite good progress. We've got systems where we can get good detection of organisms on the side of containers. We've also just finished a project where we're looking at segmentation, where it takes away all the background and allows you so you get a system where the AI neural network can just focus on the sea container to provide faster analysis and a determination. And what happens then if there is a contaminant, then that container is marked and put aside for further inspection. So you're next.
Any questions on that, you can go to afterwards. All right, so our next pathway, is that back on? Yeah. Our next pathway is our operational land, the areas of the port where we have operations, really. So things like pooled water in tyres, piles of dirt, clutter and debris. So these are all hot spots for where we can get the incursion as well as breeding of pests and disease. So we've got bait stations, traps and surveillance surveys set up that make up our control measures, as well as the audits for our port of first arrival that keeps us on top of area management. So for our predator control on our operational land, it's really looking at rodents and mustelids. So following on from what Mark was saying about surveillance and detection, so early detection is really critical to protecting at the border, to understand what we've sort of already got living on here, but what new things that we don't know about in other areas that we might be picking up first at the port. So this is really where the collaboration with others comes into play. Across the port, we have various traps and surveys that help us detect where we might have emerging risks. So working with the likes of the Bioeconomy Science Institute, Assure Quality, Biosecurity New Zealand and NIWA, and Te Patu Ora, and of course universities. LBC land in Littleton extends beyond where we operate, where we have port operations. So we have quite an extensive trapping network and bait stations in these non-operational areas that will hopefully look to disrupt the pathways of pests, as well as we've got weed management and restoration work underway in these areas. So we've got a chart here that sort of shows the efforts of over about 3 years of trapping in these locations, and yeah, it's not bad. It's not a bad effort, but we've got a slide later that will show you the kind of extent of where this kind of leads to. So flipping it on its head then, we also have pathways of pest movements and possibly diseases from the town, from that wider area into the port. And as you'll be aware that at the moment, New Zealand exports are really highly regarded and very low risk in terms of biosecurity and biosecurity threat. So we want to keep it that way. So we want to be making sure that we're aware of what other risks and what other threats may be coming into the port and looking at our border from that aspect as well. So we work in partnership with others to ensure that the work that we do on the port land aligns with what might be happening in the catchment. The Whakaora Catchment Management Plan outlines I guess, aspirational goals for a healthy harbour from the mountains to the sea. Littleton Port Company are one of the 5 partners that have committed to achieving actions in this plan. So the coloured dots that you can see over on the left represents the majority of the trapping network for predators. So looking at mustelids, rodents, possums, hedgehogs, across the wider catchment. So if you have a look at our 75 traps and our bait stations over here, whilst that may not seem like a lot on its own, when you put it into the catchment context, you can see that we've got more bang for our buck if we're working with others. We've got more protection, greater resilience of our natural habitats and species if we're working with others. The marine biosecurity may not be something that many of you have considered if you're typically working in the agricultural space. Obviously, if you're working in the aquaculture space, that will be quite predominant. But certainly for Lyttelton Port Company and the wider Whakaaro Port Lyttelton Harbour, it's a hot topic. The case of Mediterranean sandworm at Lyttelton Port is one of the examples that we can use to show the cost to contain or control a pest once it's here, and managing the risk of it spreading. So for marine biosecurity, the biggest risk really is in shipping and is in vessels. Pests can be transferred from one location to another on the dirty hulls of vessels, or in the ballast water, or on things like fishing gear that's not clean, or anchor chains, things like that. Now, commercial vessels are typically low risk. Internationally, at the border, Biosecurity New Zealand do a great job. It's really robust in the protocols of international vessels coming in to New Zealand. And typically, the frequency of cleaning of the hull and application of anti-foul and the speed at which these vessels generally travel prevent anything from being able to grow on the hull. Where we've got our biggest risk is in the recreational vessels, and especially those ones that stay in the marina for long periods of time, and they have their own ecosystem under their boat, basically, and so that's where we find our biggest risk. Biosecurity New Zealand funds 6-monthly surveillance at 12 high-risk locations across New Zealand, including Lyttelton Harbour and Lyttelton Port. So this program targets the early detection of new species to New Zealand, as well as the spread of species, of target species to new areas. So this has been a really useful program for us to understand when we have a problem, really. And you can see here, so Mediterranean fanworm was first detected in New Zealand in Lyttelton Harbour in 2008. And so from that detection, there was quite an intensive 2-year program funded by Biosecurity New Zealand to try and eradicate Mediterranean fanworm. So Mediterranean fanworm easily grows on structures. It's a prolific breeder. It's essentially a worm inside a mucus case that spreads a fan out to trap food, and then it outcompetes our native species. So it can be a huge problem for our mussel farming industry, for our aquaculture industry. Once it was detected, the numbers got knocked back. Unfortunately, it did spread to the North Island, but within Lyttelton Harbour, the numbers were generally quite well contained. Until you can see, so this graph here is showing the Mediterranean fanworm numbers found in the Marine High Risk Surveillance Survey that gets undertaken every 6 months. And you can see the increase in the population detected from about 2019. So by the time we were ready to respond, the numbers were already quite high. And so what you've got here in orange is showing where we have done some work in collaboration with others, with Environment Canterbury, with Biosecurity New Zealand, and in collaboration with Ngāti Wheki to try and knock that population back, separate the numbers that we've got to stop the ongoing reproduction. But as you can see, it's quite hard, it's quite difficult. So we've still got quite high numbers, and just last week they've done half of the structures. So they're looking to remove the Mediterranean fanworm from the structures at the port, and what that involves is divers underwater hand removing the whole organism in low visibility water, and also making sure they're not removing the native fanworm species. So it's quite labour intensive. And so really this example is one in which I wanted to show at this forum, just to kind of demonstrate what this invasion curve really looks like in practice. So when we're looking at our detection, this is where we want to be, in the prevention space. And this is where we've got our return on investment from the resources that we spend on detection and surveillance being 100%, where we've got no cost for management. So we're preventing any incursion. Where we're sitting currently with fanworm, we're probably treading a fine line between contain and control. And so our management costs are ongoing, and we've had to increase our budget for diver surveys and removals to try and get it at least back down to contain. I think we've passed the point of eradication in Littleton Harbour, but what we want to do is at least contain it to the inner harbour rather than getting it to explode out of control and into the wider Whakaaro port, or even, you know, in worst case, having a vessel transport it over out to Stewart Island, or, you know, places that don't currently have this invasive species. So this is where working with others, collaboration, community awareness, and control in terms of what we can do in terms of management. So we've put together a biosecurity management plan for Tiana Marina, as well as additional resource that we are putting in every 6 months to get divers under the wharves to remove them. Some of the wharves, I'm not sure if how familiar you are with Littleton Port, but we used to have 7 wharves. We're now down to 4 wharves because 3 of the old ones were removed. Part of that was because they were not able to be dived on because they were too unsafe. They'd been damaged. They weren't used for shipping. They weren't needed. There was a cost to extract them. And part of the reason to go ahead with removing those wharves was because of the risk of invasive species just living on them and not being able to be removed. So there's quite a significant cost to get to when you get up into this upper end to manage the risk. Now, I'm not going to spend too long on this slide, and this is my last slide, but I did want to mention that as part of LPC's journey, we have biodiversity positive ambition. And as part of that, we want to have a positive impact on nature, as well as being able to continue to operate and be profitable. So we've disclosed our impacts and dependencies on nature in a report last year, and that's in line with the Global Biodiversity Framework. And this framework considers there's 5 key drivers of nature loss, of nature change. One of those is invasive species. So for a port, looking at our impacts on pests and diseases, we can acknowledge that. Obviously, if you're working in the agriculture industry, there's certainly impacts on invasive species, impacts on nature relating to invasive species. But where it becomes really key for a business is to understand what are the dependencies on the natural resilience of your ecosystems to prevent further spread, to prevent incursion of native species. So to be able to put a value on nature and the services that nature provides to the business on being able to continue to be productive and to continue to conduct business and be able to reduce the risk of invasive species. So protecting New Zealand at the border is certainly a critical part of our operations, and like I said, one that we take very seriously. So hopefully it's given you a little bit of an insight into what we do at the port, and yeah, happy to chat later. Thanks very much.
Okay, we're going to take questions in a kind of a Q&A session after the first 2 speakers. So think of your questions and get ready to ask them after the next speaker.
All right, testing, perfect.
I'll just introduce you, Matt. Okay, now our next speaker is Matt, who's the Biosecurity Manager of KVH, Kiwi Vine Health, who had a long history of working in the biosecurity sector. I've got to know Matt through sitting on the biosecurity advisory group of the industry, and we're really pleased to have the kiwi fruit industry represented here, because in my mind, they're one of the groups that are really taking innovation in the biosecurity space up to another level. They're doing a great deal of horizon scanning, but also funding a lot of innovative research, both onshore and offshore. So I'm hoping that Matt will cover some of that in this talk, and it's a real pleasure to have you here. Thanks.
Cool. Thanks, Phil. Thanks for the invitation to be here. Being from the Centre, being from the kiwifruit industry, I don't get down to this part of the country too often. So it's really great and nice to see some familiar faces as well in the audience. So yes, KVH, I'll talk a little bit about our story, be familiar to some of you, and what we're doing to innovate and build biosecurity resilience. This is my attempt at innovation. This is my one slide that ChatGPT did for me. And apologies, Phil, I missed your introduction. You may have covered some of this, but basically the point here is that biosecurity risk is increasing, and it's increasing for a few different reasons. So ChatGPT tried to show 4 of them here. I'll point them out to you. It might not be that clear, but the first is that as pests invade new countries, they typically aren't eradicated, and that means we've got more and more pathways to manage. If we use brown marmorated stink bug as an example, 20 years ago it was in its native range, China, Japan, Eastern Asia. Now it's present in about 40 countries around the world, so many pathways to manage. We've got an increasing connected world through trade and travel. You know, more and more people, it's easier and easier to travel, more and more goods being shipped around the world, but also the fast freight pathways as well. You know, the example of 25, I think it was, BMSB arriving in a shoebox where someone had ordered from Amazon or eBay in the US. So pests can spread easier and easier. The other one is we're losing tools in the toolbox over time through regulation. So it becomes harder to manage some of these pests. Orchard, yes, we do develop new tools as well, but we do lose access over time. And fourth is climate change. So changing climate, increase in you know, these adverse weather events can cause stress to vines like kiwifruit, which makes them susceptible to invasion. And also a changing climate can increase range expansion for some of our pests like fruit flies. So that's a general view of why risk might be increasing. And then that leads to the point of needing to innovate. I like this statement. It's a bit long, but what it's saying is, this is from a Australian report, Commonwealth Biosecurity 2030. And it was saying that even if they tripled investment into their biosecurity system, they wouldn't be keeping pace with risk. So therefore, you can't keep doing the same thing and throwing more money at it. You have to do things differently. You have to do things smarter. I quite like that. If you're not familiar with kiwifruit, this is where we grow kiwifruit in the green regions. Nothing down in Canterbury, but we do have some in the top of the South Island, 80% in the Bay of Plenty. 3 main varieties, so we do have the red out there now in smaller production, but increasing. And that's what kiwifruit in the Bay of Plenty typically looks like, relatively small orchards grown alongside other crops like avocados and berries, native estate, forestry, etc. So for some of our pests, that landscape level of pest management becomes really important, because just managing it on a kiwifruit orchard, the pests can move around. So collaboration, very key. Just to make sure you know who Kiwifruit Vinehouse are, we are a biosecurity dedicated organisation established when PSA bacteria arrived in 2010. And so we've been around initially doing that role with the initial response, and then as a management agency for the pest management plan. We since got the mandate to take that role for other threats. So what's out there that we should prepare for and have that readiness and response role. And then more recently, we also have a role in coordinating any large-scale adverse weather events as well, given it has some similar skill functions to biosecurity responses. We're funded, we're independent, we're in the zestry building, but we are working for growers. In this photo, we've got wild kiwi fruit. So wild kiwi fruit, if it gets out into gullies, can be a pest plant on its own right. So we do have quite a large program to keep on top of wild kiwi fruit as well. So PSA, just very quickly, I know it's a story that should be familiar to many of you in the biosecurity space, but it does set up our narrative for what we're doing. So this is the bacteria, arrived 2010, was very devastating to our gold variety. Initially, there's that high degree of uncertainty, our prized cultivars collapsing. What does the future of kiwi fruit actually look like? Is there a future in kiwi fruit? We saw orchard values. Gold orchard was worth about $600,000 a hectare. Pre-PSA, that plummeted down to about 100,000 a hectare. So a lot of financial uncertainty. Our production of gold went from about 30 million down to about 10 million trays, and really devastating time for the community. Science and innovation played a really key role in that recovery. Plant and food research did get the Prime Minister's Science Award for that, but there was many organisations as well who contributed, whether it was universities or elsewhere. Many of the CRIs getting together with Zespri and with KVH and delivering a lot of science to better understand this and manage it. The key in that recovery was breeding, and we replaced the susceptible gold variety there, which was the Hort 16A with the beak on top, with the new gold variety. So that's the gold we have now, and it has all those characteristics, gets to market, tastes good, stores well, but the key thing is it's much more tolerant to PSA. And that was the key that's led through getting to where we are now. So going through that process, there were many things that went really well, and there was many recommendations that came in terms of work-ons, and that's kind of helped shape where we're going and preparing for the next biosecurity incursion, because we do appreciate there will be more in the future. Quite a good report that is available on our website here, conducted by the Superior Research Group, and really looking at some of these key success attributes. So we've got quite a cohesive industry. We've got the single desk, single exporter. That really helps with knowledge sharing, leadership, etc. And many of those did really well, combined with our investment in breeding. But and overall, it was quite successful. But particularly for my role, it's okay. Well, what do we need to work on? What do we need to build on so we're better prepared next time round? And that's the recommendations are certainly what I feel most interesting. So the first one was there was a general lack of biosecurity awareness across our industry. And that contributed to the sense of crisis. We weren't well prepared for something like this, and there was a feeling that maybe it wouldn't happen. So building awareness, the first one, and part of that is having plans that we can build off as well, whether they're specific or generic. Having basic biosecurity practices on orchard across the industry is key, and these need to be in routine practice, not implemented when something comes along, because by then it might be too late. We didn't have a good diagnostic that could differentiate PSA from other forms of Pseudomonas that were already present in New Zealand. So having a toolbox that has these diagnostic tools, but also control tools in advance, is something that we're working on. And then that research portfolio that Phil mentioned, which I will talk about, one of those is making sure we do have diagnostic tests for our key threats, but then also working down that list as well. What about the moderate threats and moving through that process? We had relationships certainly with the MPI and other sectors, but I think there was an acknowledgement that we could have utilised these more in the response. and learnt more from others. So certainly under GIA, the government industry agreements, this has been hugely beneficial in building these relationships, both with government and with other industries. And many of my other biosecurity colleagues who you'll hear from today, I see Fee and Jim and probably others in the group as well, we have, or Ash, have these strong relationships as well. The other one is a regulatory framework. So it took 3 years to get a pest management plan in place from the initial incursion. And so what we have now is that was the pest management plan. We have a pathway management plan in place so that can allow us to have a framework in place as a readiness tool, but also if we go through a response and then into recovery, we can have controls for an organism. So that's innovation in its own sense, but not in the research way. So moving on from PSA, we certainly recognise there's a long list of other potential biosecurity threats that could impact our industry, and they could do this in a different way. Probably the top of the list is fruit fly, and that's because it impacts our ability to sell fruit. Worst case scenario, we get a breeding population in the heart of our industry, and that could, this is all hypothetical, but it could have up to a $700 million impact in lost trade, depending on how the markets respond. We've got other pests like brown mud-rated stink bug, not such a market access pest, but impacts our yield. We can expect 5 to 10% production loss across the board, and certainly some orchards would be heavier hit based on what we've seen from kiwifruit growers around the world. That's some of the feeding damage that can result from BMSB, and certainly you would have heard we get a lot of pest pressure at the border from this one. The other way is that some of these pathogens can actually kill the vine itself. There's a number out there. There's one in Brazil we're particularly concerned about called a ceratocystis soil-borne fungus. And this one here is a verticillium wilt. This was a huge plantation in Chile a few years ago, and massive investment, and the vines just started collapsing from a verticillium that was present in the soil. A couple of years later, they bulldozed the whole thing and planted it in cherries. It just wasn't viable. So that's some of the things in our readiness space that we're working towards. So I mentioned the pathway plan. Just briefly, we had our pest management plan. It served its 10 years. And what the pathway plan does is gives us the ability, it's a framework under the Biosecurity Act, gives us the ability to kind of hang a lot of our requirements on, and it's not specific to a single pest. So this is some of the pathways that we're talking about. It's not the import and export pathways, it's the internal pathways for the movement within our industry. The movement of plant material being a key risk, people and equipment and the tools they might bring, and then organic matter as well, recognise that could pose a risk. So in the innovation portfolio, we do research on each of these to understand what the risks might be that they could introduce into an orchard, and then what sort of mitigations should we have that would be cost effective, practical, and effective to manage that risk. At the centre of it all is a requirement that growers have a biosecurity plan that sets out how they keep traceability data and sourcing clean plant material, etc. So this is kind of how I see our research, kind of where we fit in the research space. So there's a whole bunch of activity done for some of these key threats at a national level under GIA, things like brown mud-rated stink bug, fruit fly, Lepidoptera species. We have councils and we have these readiness work programs that benefit many sectors that are at risk from these. The science community, is delivering that research. And it's also, you have your own work programs as well. Many, whether it's universities, B3, CRIs, or international collaboration, and many work programs there that's benefiting the biosecurity space as well. And then what we see is, okay, well, where are the gaps for kiwi fruit that others aren't picking up? And that's what we pick up in our own innovation portfolio. I say ours, it's actually using Zespri money and Zespri Innovation. They fund, it's close to $1 million a year just on research for pests that aren't present in New Zealand. So this is proactive research on potential biosecurity threats. Some of the key programs, we have generic programs, recognizing that we might not know what the next threat is that comes along. There's been some work on, a surveillance system. What does good surveillance for the kiwi fruit industry look like? We've got work on emerging threats, so Chinese literature translations and other translations too. What information might be available that we can't access through the English language, and that's been quite interesting. And then we do have these specific high-risk threats, like some of those there. What specific programs can we have in place to do that? And been really fortunate to have that advisory group that includes Phil and others to help guide this process. Some of the key highlights in the last year were that surveillance program that I mentioned. We have some exciting work. That Ceratocystis I mentioned before. We've tried for probably about a decade to get some effective control tools for this pathogen. It's been really challenging. We don't have a lot in the toolbox. We don't really have anything actually, but we do have some indications of some tolerance through some kiwi fruit cultivars. So that might be a start of a journey where we might be able to breed our way to resistance for that pathogen. And then we've had some research that's been really quite key to support where a new pathogen has been detected, and then trying to figure out, is this actually new, or has this been in New Zealand a long time and just not discovered? And the research has helped to show that it is the latter and it's not a new incursion. I also wanted to mention, I know Courtney will cover this later in a lot more detail and probably has a much prettier slide, but one of the challenges where innovation can play a key role is how do we best use our data, whether it's to inform some surveillance or to respond in an incursion. So I mentioned in the pathway plan, we have the requirement where growers are keeping traceability data of what's coming in and going out of their property if they're moving plants or budwood. It becomes very challenging to use that data effectively in a response, particularly where you've got multiple properties involved. Onside, which Courtney will talk about, provides us a way with digital capture of that information and visual processing to see where we should be looking and where to inform our surveillance. So that's very cool. And finally, just wanted to mention, well, that slide didn't come out very well, but touching on that earlier recommendation, partnership and practice, this is a key area in which we spend a lot of time working with others, whether it's exercises. We had one just a couple of weeks ago in the Hawke's Bay, testing how we might respond to a fruit fly incursion there, co-authoring readiness plans, and putting people from our own industry into response. So we had about 60 people days of contribution into this year's oriental fruit fly responses, and that's really valuable. Great to hear the work that Lyttelton Port is doing, Kirsty, and we've certainly been engaging with our own, well, not our own port, but our closest port, Port of Tauranga, where we send a lot of our kiwifruit exports out of, and building that, in partnership with Port of Tauranga and MPI, that port of biosecurity community of excellence, and very engaged in the Tauranga Moana Biosecurity Capital Initiative as well, which Phil mentioned. That's all from me. So a bit of a snapshot overview of some of the stuff we're doing, but certainly happy to talk about any of that in further detail, particularly the innovation work. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Matt. What we'll now do is ask the three speakers, so Mark and Kirsty, to come down here, and we're going to open the floor up to questions. I will be the MC. I'm afraid we haven't got very comfortable seats, but that's what we have at the moment. But do find yourselves a few. First of all, thank you very much to all three speakers for being very clear and sticking to time and covering a huge amount of material, which I'm sure is very stimulating. So what we'd like to do now is just to open the floor to any questions that the audience might have. Questions? Yeah, Lawrence.
Hello, testing. With the kiwi fruit, what are the consequences for landowners not complying with the sort of agreed processes that they would go through to protect their crops?
Do I need a mic? Yeah. That was the question, what cost?
No, the consequences
Consequences
of not doing what they should do.
Sure. So the pathway plan sits under the Biosecurity Act, which means we have quite limited tools there. We could prosecute, which wouldn't be very popular, but we can do that in a very significant breach that puts others at risk. But these are our own growers who fund us, so that's a very last resort. So what we do instead is we incorporate our requirements into Zespri's supply agreements. So in order to supply Zespri with your kiwi fruit, you need to meet a whole bunch of things, which includes our biosecurity requirements. So Zespri audits each year, and then the consequence becomes if you're not meeting your biosecurity requirements, you can't supply us with fruit, or there can be other penalties as well. But that's an easier way of doing it.
Thank you.
Further question? Well, while you're making up your mind,
I have a question.
I was going to ask you a question, Kirsty.
Okay.
Yeah, from my perspective, we've heard a lot of situations where cruise ships have been turned away, or container ships carrying vehicles have been turned away. We hear it from MPI's perspective, and that's all really great, but we never hear what the consequences are for the port, because are you dealing with the ramifications of that? And
Yes.
and you know, does your heart sink when you hear that something's? I mean, I just imagine a lot of logistics have to be altered or managed and contacted, etc. Can you give us an idea of what the consequences of those actions might be for you and your team?
Yeah, great question. We don't often get asked that question, actually. So for cruise vessels specifically, that's a huge revenue for the port. So cruise brings in a lot of profit to the port. So when a cruise vessel gets turned away, certainly that can be quite a loss. We've certainly seen with the reduction in cruise numbers over, since they came back post-COVID, that this is due to the biosecurity rules and costs relating to vessels maintaining a standard to New Zealand. And this is not just for Lyttelton Port, this is across all of the ports. So cruise vessels are certainly less and less keen to come to New Zealand because of the costs. From, a port perspective and feeling, there is certainly an understanding that we need to keep to maintain standards, and that I think that the port's quite happy that we don't need to manage that ourselves, that it is actually Biosecurity New Zealand making that rule, so that we're not necessarily the baddies in this case to the cruise vessels. And yes, so for us, for the port, the commercial vessels aren't so much of a risk for us to manage, because that's managed at the 200 nautical mile border, which is really useful. And for us, it's just about understanding what are our risks with the domestic transshipments between Auckland, for example, and Christchurch, and those pathways of spread that actually presents more of a risk to us. But yeah, certainly loss of revenue when they don't comply. Do you mind if I ask another question?
You fire away.
Around traceability. So interesting, if there was an incursion where there was needed to be a response, what sort of data would you need from the likes of a port or other industries? What sort of data would you call on? And is there already a platform for sharing that data, like an emergency response, like in Cyclone Gabrielle, for example? I'm just thinking, what do we need to be ready for as a port to provide information on goods being transferred or where this pest might have come from?
Well, it's a good question, and I don't think Pete's here yet from MPI. So we get involved in two sorts of responses. If there's something moving like PSA into a new area, that's a response for KVH on our own because it's an established organism, and that's the key area where we're responsible for traceability data. If it's a new incursion, that would be MPI's lead, and that's not something where we've had traceability data that we've been using it for. But I think if they heard those sort of comments, they'd be very open to thinking, yes, that would be exceptional. I can imagine it would be, let's understand where different consignments have gone, informing surveillance, that sort of thing. But it's not a specific area I've been involved in.
Other questions? You're a very quiet audience. So don't worry, I've got plenty of questions. Mark, technology at the border. There's obviously Better Border Biosecurity's done a lot of work in this space, and I can remember a long time ago being told about sniffer tech, but things like the alive dead test or the dead alive test. There've been smart traps, and I wonder whether there's something like a technology graveyard where a lot of these ideas come up, but they never get traction or they never get support. And while they might be good, they never make the next step. Do you have a feel for what might be the limitation on the uptake of some of these technologies and that they don't get implemented and they just gather dust somewhere in someone's laboratory?
Yes, we've got a room of requirements. We can, you find the key and you go in and find these old experiments and technology that no longer, was redundant. And honestly, one of the challenges, and the live dead's a good one because it still exists, and Nikki would testify to that. And I think we're supplying the live tech to America, South Africa, and MPI still, but it's very low key. One of the challenges this in terms of live death, and it's and some of the other issues we've had is that MPI, if they were our end user, there's a price, what's the cost of a trap, of a sensor technology? What's it going to cost us to deploy this around all the ports, seaports and airports? And if it's not, if it's going to be more than $5, they're not potentially not going to be interested in taking that technology up. So cost is a big one, and I would sort of go on to say that they might pay more, but the return on investment has got to be quite significant. And if we could detect brown marmorated stink bug or lanternfly 100% of the time with the technology that costs $100 I would say that would be money well spent. The other area, going back to sniffer tech, it was just the technology was a great idea, but in trying to differentiate the issues in terms of, say, picking up volatiles in the sea containers, and this is the problem I have to say we have with the camera system, is that most sea containers come off the port and they're clean, and so you're trying to pick up an insect or some soil contaminants, every 10,000 containers. So there's those issues around being able to work through a huge database, the sea containers, 100,000 sea containers to pick up that contaminant. So there's another, I think it's seen as another impediment to applying those technologies.
Pete's not here to defend MPI, but I wondered whether the cost threshold at MPI is lower than, for example, in Australia or somewhere else, and so that basically there's more uptake of new technology overseas than there is here simply because of budget constraints. Do you think that's a possibility, or do you think it's the same everywhere, that basically government research, government funded regulators just don't have the wherewithal to support new tech?
I would say you're probably right. I think that's an issue, that it's the funding model doesn't allow them to sort of, put that the money in to sort of take up that that technology. And I really can't, comment on what Australia might, spend on new tech. I suspect it's quite a lot higher because they've got a greater budget for that sort of research area.
Shouldn't they?
Thank you. Hi, Mark. I'd like to know, so do you use a sniffer tech to detect unwanted microorganisms, for example, plant pathogens?
That sniffer tech was not for plant pathogens. It was more, it's like snakes or wood packaging, social insects. But someone here in the B3 audience may be able to answer that one. Is anything being done around detecting pathogens? We didn't, so sorry, I can't answer that one.
Thank you.
Good idea, though.
Further questions from the audience? You're probably just all thinking about morning tea, but any other? Yeah, Lloyd.
It's probably for you, Matt. So you showed some, or talked about some organisms moving around the world, populations are exploding, and then you've done a bit of travel as well, looking at what's happening. New Zealand's pretty good at managing its pests before we export our goods, partly because we don't have as many. Are we doing much as a country to share our pest management processes with those other countries to try and reduce the risk sort of at their border rather than focusing on our own border? Are you aware of anything going on in that space, or others?
Yes, I can talk to that. Yeah, good question, Lloyd. So we always treat biosecurity as something that's not, it's not really commercially sensitive. We're happy to help our competitors in a biosecurity sense for that very reason. So most information that comes out of our reports goes up on the KVH website. It's open access. Anyone can access it unless there's a reason we shouldn't make it publicly available. That's mostly focused on organisms that we don't have. So if it's research around BMSB or some of those fungal pathogens, we put that up there and we share it. We also present it. There's an international kiwifruit conference. We share that knowledge there too. That's slightly different to say how kiwifruit growers in New Zealand manage something like scale or whatever else as a routine daily basis, and that's held at Zespri, and that's a different set of information. But and so that is kind of password protected for New Zealand growers. But the biosecurity information, very open to share, collaborate, and work with anyone. And some of that is just how the organisations have been structured and created. And
right, any last question before morning tea? Anyone desperate to get a question out? Okay, there's no other question. Then thank you very much to the three speakers, and also for all the answers you've been able to give to the audience, or actually mostly to myself, but thank you very much for providing me with some insights. And thank you again for earlier this morning we had the kind of the border aspect and the issues that are about innovation at the border. And now we're moving kind of post-border and more to the farm gate. And so we have a number of speakers talking much more from a post-border perspective. And it's my great pleasure to welcome Lawrence Smith as our first speaker for this session. Lawrence is Principal Advisor Biosecurity at Environment Canterbury. He has over 45 years of experience working in biosecurity, particularly in the post-border space. And I'd probably say that when it comes to people in Canterbury, there are very few people who know more about biosecurity and the challenges of implementing regulations and dealing with irate farmers than Lawrence. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing his talk. He also is involved in the biosecurity advisory groups. That is a Canterbury-wide program funded through ECAN that brings a number of different perspectives to biosecurity. I'm lucky enough to be on the Christchurch Banks Peninsula one. And that is a really important way by which information regarding biosecurity goes out to the communities, but also concerns from the communities go back to ECAN. So I'm not sure whether Lawrence is going to talk about that, but anyway, Lawrence, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to be talking about surveillance, pathway management, regional incursion response, and particularly some of the things we're about to embark into in terms of fresh water, which we haven't been doing a lot of work in, but however, I'm going to concentrate on a small part of regional biosecurity, and that's around compliance and some of the, I guess, the issues around compliance with land occupiers, particularly widespread species, and what might change in the very near future as we go through our Canterbury Regional Pest Management Plan review. So I'm not, I would presume everyone probably knows this, so I can race through these reasonably quickly, but I'll quickly go through them anyway. The obviously legislation, Biosecurity Act, drives biosecurity in New Zealand, and the Biosecurity Act 1993, Section 12B, I believe, enables regional councils to facilitate the development of regional pest management plans. So it's not a prescriptive thing, it's more of an enabling thing. And declaration of pests is guided by the requirements of the Act. The National Policy Direction provides a framework for regional councils to develop their plans. And we've had a number of iterations of either strategies or plans in the past. The current one is the 2018-38 plan, and that was developed after substantial consultation, probably more than ever with the community. Regional pest management plans are reviewed at least once every 10 years, and ours is on the table for review at the moment. It's early days, but, and I'll allude to this a little bit later, we are looking at some significant changes to what we're doing at Canterbury, as opposed to what's been done probably through the iterations of our plans, but also going back probably over a century for some particular species. So we have that mandate to provide leadership. In terms of our pest management plan and our business as usual, that's about 50% of our workload. So we do have those other programs which do contribute to the plan, but also their standalone projects on their own, looking at other invasive species. So our main role, I guess, is to manage post-border, what we term as legacy pests, those things that have been around for a long time and quite widespread. We may assume long-term management responsibilities for previous national incursion responses. Great willow herb would be one we've taken on in the last 2 or 3 years. Velvet leaf we politely declined. So we do coordinate a lot of pest management with other organisations, other councils. We work closely within the regional sector and to a degree with MPI, who I consider to be a partner. I hope we get considered to be a partner, not a stakeholder. And working a lot with individuals and groups and other entities within the community. Obviously, pests, they're defined as those organisms declared as pests in a pest management plan. A lot of people talk about pests, and they just refer to something that's annoying them rather than the the terminology that we use in the biosecurity sector. There's 52 species consisting of about 70 subspecies declared as pests in our regional pest management plan. There's only 11 that have rules. Now, the ones that don't have rules generally are those species that are of very limited distribution, and we might be managing those or in our site-led program. Of those 11 species, some are aimed at protecting neighbouring land from spread, while others are designed to prevent impacts within those properties. So they're primarily agricultural pests. We do implement rules. Biosecurity staff inspect properties to ensure landowners, land occupiers are controlling the pests as they're required to do so. Some of those rules, we're only acting on complaints or inquiries, or not even acting at all, depending on what our objective and our plan is. And others are proactive compliance inspections. So we do, in the past, have done thousands of inspections for particular individual species. When we look at some of the pests we're regulating, that includes rook. Had some rules around that. We haven't got any rooks anymore. We think that's probably the second thing that's been eradicated in Canterbury, and since I've been involved anyway. The other one was Taurian thistle behind the Albury Tavern in South Canterbury, but our neighbours have got rooks, so there's a likelihood that we could be reinfested. We react complaints only on old man's beard, wild Russell lupin, and then there's some of the more widespread legacy pests like gorse and broom. And Phil told me not to mention the salatussic, but I'm going to, and feral rabbits. And we're not implementing rules at present on wilding conifers, Bennett's wallaby within the containment area in Canterbury, Chilean needlegrass or feral goat. And there's reasons for those, and they're quite different for each one of them. Obviously, wilding conifers and Bennett's wallaby have a national program at the moment. And Chilean needlegrass, we've got great cooperation. 30-odd landowners that have got it, and feral goats on Banks Peninsula have effectively been eradicated. So we use the rules as a carrot. So join the eradication program or comply and put a fence around your property and tag every goat. So it was way cheaper to get rid of them. Briefly, the programs in the National Policy Direction, which we have adhered to in our regional pest management plan. Those are exclusion, so that means keeping it out of Canterbury if we can. Eradication, aiming at 0 levels within 10 years and hopefully eradicated within 20. Progressive containment, reducing geographic distribution or the numbers of plants. Sustained control, which effectively means to try and contain things to where they are now and not let them spread. And then protecting values and places, which is our site-led program. So the regional pest management plan is a regional plan, obviously, and that's how we work across the region as opposed to our biodiversity staff who work primarily within areas and on sites. So it's quite different. The way we're set up is we can move around the region with our operational teams and deal with issues as they arise, and particularly if something new comes into the region, which has been reasonably frequent lately in that exclusion area. So we develop a plan. Obviously, we need resourcing, and I've got to say that our resourcing has actually decreased significantly over the last 8 or 9 years, particularly in the goods and spaces area, goods and services area, I should say. We've retained the same amount of staff, but they're tending to do more in the field that contractors should be doing. We do have an operational plan. That's a requirement of the Biosecurity Act. We develop biosecurity procedures, and they're quite a flexible. I guess we're reviewing those constantly and trying to improve them. Delivery, of course, so implementation of the plan, and then reporting on the operational plan. And our latest report's going to council within the next week or 2. And of course, we've got a biosecurity business plan as well, which gives us some more sort of direction in what we're trying to achieve now and in the future. So why do we need rules to gain compliance? It would be easy to say that, despite what some landowners say about not trusting ECAN and their staff, that it's actually each other they don't trust. Because while many people do what they should do, there is a percentage of people around that sort of mainly 5% sometimes up to 10, that don't comply with the rules of the plan. So this is, I guess, a compliance spectrum, and we start off with education. We carry out inspections. There's more education at that stage. We provide advice on what people should do to comply, and then we go back and check that they've actually done what they said they would do. And when they haven't, that's when we start to go down the enforcement track. We've got several, I guess you call those the principal measures that we use to ensure that people are complying with the rules of the plan. Over time, we have sort of eased more into the education advice space, and there seems to be, to me, a direct correlation between only giving advice and knowledge to people with an increase in problems in terms of people not doing what they should do out there. We used to issue around 100 to 200 notices of direction under Section 122 of the Act every year across Canterbury for mainly those legacy pests, and that's dropped down to probably less than 50, around 30 usually. So it's quite a significant drop. And in terms of enforcement itself, that's Section 128 of the Act is going in there and acting on default. We don't prosecute. We get the work done and then charge the landowner for doing what they should have done in the first place. Has dropped from sort of 12 to 15 instances a year down to pretty much 0. So we're starting to see the impacts of that out there. Have they worked? When you look at some of the pest species that we've had over a long period of time in our plan, probably with the exception of Russell lupin, but if you look at wallabies, wallabies were well under control. They were well contained in Canterbury between the Rangitata and the Waitaki riverbeds. But the landowners there decided that they didn't want the Wallaby Board to continue with that work. They didn't want to pay the rate, and they wanted to move to self-control, so relying on each other, I guess, to do the work. And pretty early on in the 90s, my former manager, Graham Sullivan, and currently Brent Glentworth, who runs that program, said this is going to be problematic in the future. We're going to see increases in wallabies, and they're going to spread outside that containment area. And that is exactly what's happened. And now we have central government spending millions of dollars trying to bring them back into that containment area. And interestingly, at the moment, most of the landowners in that area, in the containment area, are actually doing virtually nothing to control their wallabies. We're not implementing rules there at the moment. The landowners are sitting back waiting for government funding to come in and do the work. All right. Rabbits, they would have been very likely to be high densities across Canterbury if the virus or viruses had not been released. At the moment, rabbits they've gone from a sort of a national to a regional to a localised issue, primarily in the Mackenzie Basin. But yeah, without the virus, I think we would have been in a lot of trouble. Nacella tussock occurrence and densities appear to be increasing over recent years. We have not been doing quite as many inspections in the core area in North Canterbury. There's 1,400 and over 1,400 properties with Nacella tussock, and we are now concentrating our efforts on surveillance outside the core area and finding some significant patches that have been there for probably decades. So meanwhile, it continues to seed and spread. Gorse and broom, we've had little impact on the spread of gorse and broom with our compliance regimes. In fact, I would say pretty much what we've done is upset people, and that's about it. And old man's beard continues to spread. There's very few complaints received about it. Yet, if you drive past any of our riverbeds, you'll likely see an extremely high density of it. And, you know, that is very widespread across Canterbury and impacting on environmental values. And wild Russell lupin was an interesting one because at the last review, Department of Conservation put submissions in saying we should put that in there because it is spreading and they want us to protect boundaries. So we've got a host of boundary rules in there and we haven't implemented any of them. And in the years since 2018, we've had 2 complaints. And really, there's nothing happening in that space. So it's quite interesting what's happening with some of those species in terms of compliance. The key reasons for non-compliance with rules, in my view, anyway, to a small degree, the lack of awareness or understanding, cost and resource barriers, particularly with those widespread species that do cost a lot to control, particularly in our hill and high country. The perceived low risk or the lack of benefits in doing something. Times have changed a bit, and people used to see things like gorse and broom as a major threat to their property, but with changes in technology and you know, the ability to use the tools that are available to control things like that, I think it has become much more of a low risk, and people are concentrating primarily on the areas of their property that are more productive anyway, and not so worried about some big blocks of it growing. So there's those conflicting land use properties, which probably alludes to what I just said. There's limited enforcement now. We've backed right off. We're actually changing. We've changed to a system where we're looking at areas that are large areas that are relatively clear of gorse and broom, and so we would be looking at somewhere, say, like protecting the values in Mackenzie Basin, rather than concentrating on large tracts of hill country that are inherently infested with gorse and broom to one degree or another. There is resistance to regulation, and you know, I could reel off 30 names right now that in the last 20 to 30 years, every year have resisted any attempt to get them to do anything. And it's not that they don't want to do it; it's they don't want to be told, and they'll do it when they feel like it, not when our rules tell them they have to do it by. And we do have some enforcement challenges within regional councils, particularly ours, in terms of implementing those rules and the ability. I guess our hierarchy is not so keen on enforcing, rather going down the track of an enabling regulator, which is great, but it doesn't always work for that sort of 5%. So the consequences are many. We've got neighbours being impacted by people that don't do their work, and then some species have seed that can travel long distances on lots of different vectors, so pathways, and that is happening. There's the control costs are always cited, including reduced income and or property values. So there are some species where, say, Chilean edelgrass, where people have tried to sell properties and they're finding it extremely difficult because of the perception that it's going to have major impacts on their income. And then there's the environmental impacts, reducing our native biodiversity, the cultural impacts, the impacts on recreational values. So resourcing being stretched to the point where the costs of management outweigh the benefits due to that widespread nature causes one to stop and think, well, should we be actually involved in these things anymore? So reconsideration of pest status in the future and possible declassification of some of those legacy species is really something to consider going forward. It's interesting when we look at our regional pest management plan and the reviews that we do, there is often a lot of submissions on the legacy pests, and because there is a lot unknown about those species of limited occurrence, people tend to concentrate on those and put submissions in saying you must retain this or put this one in here, without the sort of concept of what it would take to actually run a compliance regime from a council perspective and the issues around getting people to comply. So it's interesting that the community raises the consequences of, or the impacts of those things, but of course, when you go to their place and say, hey, you've got these things that you need to be controlling, they point to the guy down the road and say, well, why are you coming here? Why aren't you dealing with him? So the people who do the voluntary work to comply are the people that are asking us, being the third party, to enforce some rules. But then when you go to other people's properties, they're the people that push back because they don't want to comply with those rules necessarily, and don't like the pressure being applied to them or receiving a notice of direction, perhaps. And, you know, the bloke down the road is always the problem. I had a guy that worked for me for 25 years and left to go back to Holland, and it was part of his leaving speech. He said, all these years and I've never found the bloke down the road. So that direct correlation between having rules and enforcing them with people adhering to them seems to be an issue for us. So the more work we do in that space, the more compliance we get. The less we do, the less compliance we get, and people tend to do whatever they like, and certainly don't comply with the rules. So while people might want them in the plan, getting them to comply is difficult when you do go to their properties. The spectrum of compliance tools is necessary to achieve that compliance. Recently, we've got and I'll say it again, Phil, an Acela-Tussock advisory group. We met with them because they didn't want us to use notices anymore. But then when we said, well, if we don't have a tool that's sort of at the end of the day going to ensure someone does something, why are we here? Because those people, without having to adhere to something, why do you need us if that's not something or a tool we could utilise? So in terms of our regional pest management plan review, as I said, the next review is looking at being completed in December 28. It's very early in the review process, but we've had a good hard look at what our goals and objectives for this review is compared to last reviews. A lot of the other reviews have been basically turning the old one over and being very similar to the previous one. But obviously we'll maintain a regional focus because it is a regional pest management plan, but some of the key things are early detection of species that are of limited occurrence that may have significant impacts on the region in the future. So spending the money now, you know, the old stitch in time, to save us having to spend a lot of money on trying to gain compliance with widespread species. So the early intervention is very important in that respect. So we are assessing, well, it's probably a bit stretched to say we're assessing all of them, but we're looking at over 1,500 species at the moment. We are probably going to assess somewhere between 300 and 400 that we think are of quite limited distribution that are going to have significant impacts in the future, so that we can deal with those now and not have to wait until they're the next gorses and brooms and Acela-Tussocks and rabbits, etc. There's a lot of those species that are widespread. We won't be assessing those. We already know that they probably wouldn't make it when we prioritise that list. And I guess when we come to prioritising the list, we are going to be restricted by the amount of resource that's available to us. So we've already been told that don't expect to have any more money through this process. So our BAU is only about $5 million for Canterbury, which is, you know, 48 million hectares of land that we're trying to get across. And, you know, we want to add some things into there, obviously marine, in terms of particularly Whakaraupo, but Littleton Harbour, but the other harbours in Canterbury. Fresh water is something that we really need to consider what we're doing in that space. Things like that we haven't got at the moment, hornwort, salvinia, Cavicula scares me, Cavicula flaminia, the gold clam. You know, the pathway management is going to be a critical piece of this work. And then there's the terrestrial species, and we're doing a lot of work around spatial artificial intelligence at the moment. We're trying to build up a portfolio of species that we can use that technology in the future to detect different plants. When a lot of the ones we're trying on at the moment are the widespread species, but that could change. And we're already using it to help us reassess our regional pest management plan. Particularly, we've got containment areas for plant species, like say bone seed, to be able to better define areas that we might consider containment areas. So it's certainly going to be, we're going to approach this from more of a science-based look into this, and we're sort of hoping that we can bring the community along with us. We're very conscious of the fact that we're trying to make a significant change to our plan, and we have yet to talk to our council about it. And of course, councils and councillors, I guess, are influenced by community, and community have a different perspective sometimes of, I guess, what might be better in the long run, in terms of investment into pest management. So I guess some of the stories we could tell is, imagine if someone had said, gee, that contorta we planted up there back in the day, Pinus contorta is starting to spread a little bit. Maybe we should do something about that instead of waiting for 30 or 40 years and then central government having to spend 100 million plus on it. So those are the sort of, I guess, the stories we need to tell in the future to ensure that our approach is, makes sense, I guess, and as I say, best bang for buck. I think we're going to see a lot more ecological sites. We're working closely with our biodiversity counterparts within ECAN in terms of future biodiversity protection. And that's about it from me, really. So, yeah.
Thanks very much. I'll to give you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, pause out first. Turn that off.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. And move to still farm-focused issue post board, Courtney Van Beek, who is head of product development at Onsite. That's right, based in Christchurch. I think Onsite is something that we're all familiar with. We've seen the signs going onto properties, etc. So I think it's a great opportunity to find out a bit more about the brains behind the technology and its utility in terms of biosecurity. So, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. All good? Okay. Hi, everyone. Courtney Van Beek. Thanks for the introduction. I'm head of product at Onsite, so that means I run the software engineering, the product management, and the design teams, and get very close to the end users and the customers to design a roadmap that's actually going to meet their needs. Thanks for showing the slide before, Matt, showing half of what we do, which is great. And Matt's someone that we really respected on site. He's certainly a progressive thinker, so it was really cool to hear you talk. So I'm not a... Is there any students here? I wasn't quite sure. It doesn't... 1, 2. Awesome. So I'm not a biosecurity expert, and I'm certainly not trying to be. There's other people in this room who we've just heard from Lawrence, who've got their head around that. But my background is in design and designing systems that are actually going to be used. And that's really what I'm going to talk about today. I'll take you through Onsite. I'll take you through some of our products, but I want to really focus the talk on actually identifying the problem Because if they don't use it, it just doesn't work. And we know that really, really well at Onsite. It's really, really important. So our mission at Onsite is to protect the world's food supply. It's something that our team are really, really passionate about. It's something that we take really, really seriously, and we talk about it every single day. And the way we do that is we have a solution for health and safety for on-farm. We have a solution for contractor management and biosecurity as well. But we recognised this 10 years ago that compliance is really, really ramping up. And on the right here, our solution, what we really focus on is making sure that the system has equal value for everyone in the value chain who actually visits a farm, because it's all very well to be able to create a solution that works for the producer, the people who are on farm. But if you don't have something that has got value for the contractors, who are actually the biggest, one of the biggest risks when it comes to biosecurity, the other one's going from property to property, then it just won't work. And then, of course, the other area is the processes and then the services that the suppliers actually supply into. So making sure we play in the middle there. We have a system that there's equal value along there, so they can actually collaborate, because to make biosecurity work, a good biosecurity system work, you need all of these parties to collaborate. But that's where all the friction is, because one party has their own system, the other party has their own system, and they all want to do it their own way. But we make sure that there's enough value for all of them to actually uptake it. Our vision is to map every property and know every visit, and we're on the way for that as well. So Onsite, this is a map of New Zealand. This is all of the geofence properties that are actively using Onsite across New Zealand. We're past the tipping point. There's more geofences on farm in New Zealand than there is off. We just a couple of the awards last week. We won the regional award for fastest growing technology company in our region, and one of the fastest in the top 50 fastest companies in New Zealand, which is really, really cool for the team. We're privately held. We've been around for about coming on 10 years, which is cool. There's a team of 40, 20 of which are here, which is the product team, which is who I manage, and 20 who are really in the customer team to actually help people use the technology. And we're spread across here in Melbourne, and we've got trials in the US, Mexico, and South Africa as well, which is great. Now, the problem in agriculture, agri-tech, they don't have a tech problem. There's lots of technology on farms. What we believe is there is an adoption problem, and agriculture is lagging behind other industries, manufacturing and the likes, when it comes to actually adopting agri-tech. That's not because there isn't a shortage of the amount of technology solutions to be able to get efficiency gains, productivity gains, all the likes. It's just the fact that it's just complicated, it's complex, there's a lot of it there. How do you make the decision? And clever doesn't work if no one uses it. So you can design the most amazing system, but if you haven't understood the end user and what they actually what they're actually trying to do, no points. And honestly, I talked about it with a few of you just at break. People don't actually want to do biosecurity compliance. They just don't. There's a few who do, but for the majority of people that we talk to, that we interact with, contractors, farmers, they want to be able to sell their product. They just want to get on, do their job, get paid. They don't actually want to think about biosecurity and having to do all those things. It's a nice feeling to do it, but in all honesty, this is how we sort of see the world. So hear me out here. This is going to be a bit weird, but it might have a point. It does have a point, but this is what I call timesheet cat. And in a previous role years ago, every single Friday at 4 o'clock, I don't know if you guys have been sent something like this before as well, I would always be sent a meme like this of some cat thinking that I would actually react and go ahead and do my timesheet. But it's 4 o'clock, it's a Friday, it's the last thing I want to do. But without fail, every single Friday at 4 o'clock, I would always forget, my entire team would always forget, and you would get one of these stupid memes every single time. There's a timesheet cat, and it is a symptom of a broken system. And I think this is one of these things that we'll get there. It'll somehow make sense. But what actually matters then when you're actually designing a system, because what Matt said in his second slide is that there is, even if you tripled the amount of investment in biosecurity, it wouldn't even touch the sides on the actual problem. So that to me says that we need to be rethinking the actual system and stop sending out timesheet cats, because that's not actually going to solve the problem. What really matters, and there's 3 design principles that we think about when we actually want to get people to really adopt our system, which is working quite well, is number 1 is meeting people where they are. It's all very well that I can sit down with my team and on a whiteboard and in front of our screens and design what we think is the most perfect solution. But the reality is, on farm, is that that's exactly what it is. Hands are dirty, the wind is blowing, it's raining, you don't want to have to stop what you're doing and spend 20 minutes having to engage with some complex piece of technology or fill out some sheet. So you've got to meet people where they are. Number 2, design for 5 seconds, not 5 minutes. Now, this is an incredible constraint that you can put on yourself, and that we do every single time when we're thinking about if we need to design a new feature or solve a different problem, is we'll ask ourselves, how can we do this where it's a 5-second experience, that you can do it just like that? And that reframes the problem in a different way, and then you can actually really start identifying how you actually might go about a solution. And number 3, make the right thing the easy thing. This, even on side, like we're certainly not perfect, and we're iterating to actually get to where we need to get to. But a few years ago, we had a timesheet cat problem. So what that meant is, on-site, we geofence properties. We have a visitor management system which people check in and out of, which helps them induct into that farm and actually gets health and safety compliance, and then actually the visitor tracking from that for biosecurity. However, what we were finding is that we were getting all of these messages from our customers and some of our biggest customers saying people aren't checking out. So they're not checking out, and that was actually revealing quite a big problem for us, because there was 2 solutions in particular. Number 1, we had a lone worker safety system. So if you were a manager and you needed to manage the safety of all of your team, if they had checked into a property and they said that they were going to check out by 4 o'clock that day, because they were working by themselves, and if they hadn't checked out by that day, this manager is scrambling around trying to call them, trying to figure out, say, have you checked out? Have you checked out? And it could be 11 o'clock at night. And number 2, for contractors going from property to property, they need to actually, if they've checked into one property, they need to check out of that property to check into another property. And so the message that we were getting from all of our customers, and the big ones, was, hey, can you design some posters to put up on the fence that said, don't forget to check out, which was a timesheet cat. And we were about to do it. And we had posters all set up, ready to go. We're going to send it out for people. But when we really looked at it, and the easy fix was to actually do that, but it wasn't a fix at all. That was just going to maybe reveal 5% uptake in people actually checking out, which isn't actually solving the problem. What it forced us to do is reframe the actual problem and look at how people are actually using the system in the first place. And the hard decision was the right decision in the end, but it forced us to change our roadmap completely, rethink about the problem, and design a solution that we thought, well, this would actually make people actually check out. And by doing, and what we did is we automated the experience completely. So on all of these geofences, using the mobile, no matter where you came into the property, the mobile would pick you up, and it was an automated experience where it would say, looks like you've passed this geofence, you have arrived on this property, would you like to check in? Now that's great, because that told the farm owner who was on property, but even better, when they left the property, they didn't even need to think about it. They just automatically checked them out. So we designed it, the right thing was to make it the easy thing, which was to make them not even have to think about it at all. Just like on a flight, you don't have to check out of a flight, you just get up and you just walk off. It's the same thing that we were aiming to do as well. Now, the automated experience, auto arrival is what we call it, had a lot of other outcomes, positive outcomes as well. Caught some people stealing things on farm, caught some naughty husbands cheating on their wives, going onto property late at night, not turning their phone off. So that had some good outcomes as well. But it also meant that we had a lot better coverage as well when it came to knowing who was coming on and off property. That was a timesheet cap moment, and we rethought about how we're actually doing things, and the outcomes have been great. So I'll talk a little bit about a couple of the solutions that we've got. Number one, our visitor management solution. So this is what it looks like. So meeting people, where they are, they've got dirty hands, big, fat thumbs. Just give them a really quick, big button. Yeah, let's check in, let's go, let's rock and roll. And then you go through a check-in experience. The biggest ones for biosecurity is really around the questions, which is good. So, making sure that, have you gone to this place, have you showered, etc., etc. That's all good. And then we kind of gamified it away. So, with check-ins, the amount of check-ins and, making sure there's a leaderboard as well. So making sure people are actually checking in and checking out and being compliant. Now, we've just released this about 6 months ago. This is our automated stand-down period solution. And this is specifically for biosecurity, and specifically, it was for all of agriculture, because we're in all of agriculture, doesn't matter which industry, but pork and poultry industries have really picked this up because they put just as much weight on biosecurity as they do for health and safety. And for the likes of AI, knowing who's gone on to different properties and been able to actually stop them before they've even come onto the property is really, really useful. So these automated stand down periods. So to go from one, say, poultry farm to another, there might be a rule of 7. You need to have 7 days between properties, or even on the same farm, you might go from one shed to another shed, and you might need to not just shower, but have 3 days in between as well. So how do they manage that? Well, the way they were managing it was big, giant spreadsheets, big posters across the wall, expecting contractors to understand these complex matrices that they didn't know. They just want to get on and just do their job. So what we've done is we have created the ability for a manager to create their rules, have overrides. If there is a salmonella outbreak, where you can just have a blanket rule for every property. And then for the actual contractor or the visitor experience, they know, because they have gone on to one farm, it will automatically tell them how long they have before they can go to any other farm. It might be 7 nights or whatever it is. And then even in the case of if they do check into one of these farms, it just gives them a notification to say, looks like you've broken a stand down rule. It notifies the actual manager, and they can have an informed discussion about whether or not they can come on, and they can make an assessment on the risk, the biosecurity risk at that point. Now, going back to our automated experience, if you're a Sparky, you could have gone to 3 different farms on one day. So how does that manager even know? And how do they know which rule which farm had a rule and which farm didn't have a rule? They can look up the farm before they've gone onto it, and they can see how much longer they have, or whether or not they will break down that stand down period. And so they can be proactive about it, and they can be reactive about it and keep everyone accountable as well. So this is getting a lot of uptake in pork and poultry, and in particular in the US now as well, which is really exciting for us. But as I say, it can be for any industry, but for those 2 sectors in particular, it is a really important thing to keep note of. And of course, these check-ins create a connection, going from one property to another property. And this was a project we did at the start of this year or last year, where there was 90 farms over a set amount of time, 50,000 movements over 9 months. And then we had an average of 1.9 hours between each movement. So it happens really, really quick. And then you can see that everything is actually connected. Matt had a slide on how we actually present that. I'm not going to show that what that looks like now, but as you can see, it's very, very hard to keep on top of it. We've got a team in the US, a network science team, so we can optimize preparedness. So if there is an outbreak, we can identify what the next likely property would be that would actually have the incursion next, and then knowing where to direct and actually send staff, senior resource in an incursion, or for preparedness to actually run simulations as well. So going back to this, so the real innovation isn't the tech; it's empathy. This is what we believe. This is hurricane. This is kind of a real life problem that's happening right now. So I spent 2 days on the road with hurricane. This is up in Taranaki. We've just rolled out a big health and safety solution for one of the big livestock, sheep and beef livestock processors in New Zealand. And what I really forced the team to do is actually go out and spend time with the truck drivers. Now, using real empathy and really thinking about meeting people where they are, because you learn so much more by spending 5 minutes with one person than spending 2 weeks behind a screen thinking that you know what that person's going through. What I learned about hurricane is that, and by the way, this is him filling out and organising his ASD, his animal status declarations, which he had to find in the shed as part of NATE. And this is him bumbling around with, we'd gone to 8 farms, and this is him trying to fill things out retrospectively. There was a time, he wasn't happy about it. But I found out about hurricane is that he's not only a truck driver. He knows how to back a trailer. He knows how to handle stock. But they're expecting him to be an accountant by actually knowing how many to pick up. They expect him to be a veterinarian as well by knowing, okay, if this cow looks a little bit off, do we pick him up or not? And on top of that, know every single biosecurity rule there is. For me, this felt like a timesheet cat moment. And my question was, why is he even having to fill these forms out in the first place? Why does he have to think about it? There's, of course, electronic ones as well, but that means that he has to trust the farmer that has actually filled that sheet out. And by the time he's actually gone to drop these cows off at the processor, if that farmer hasn't done it, which he's been in that situation before, he needs to load them back on and drop them back off again. So there's lots of breakdowns there. It's a very hard problem to solve. But is there a way to rethink about that actual problem in the first place so he doesn't even need to think about it at all? It's a timesheet cat. Thank you very much. Happy to take, well, I guess we're going to do some questions later, but feel free to be in contact at any point. Here's my details here. And this is some of the rest of our team in Melbourne. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Courtney. Third speaker in this second session is Jim Herdman from New Zealand Wine Growers. We'll just get him held up with the speaker. Jim is the Biosecurity Advisor for New Zealand Wine Growers. He works to raise biosecurity awareness and support wine growers in developing vineyard biosecurity plans. Obviously, the wine industry is a pretty important sector in New Zealand, so it'll be interesting to compare the approach that they have adopted to PHs. Yeah, and Jim has a background that includes forestry, agriculture, and viticulture. He also worked in biodiversity and asset management. It brings quite a bit of background to this topic. And he'll be letting us know a bit more about how New Zealand wine growers deal with biosecurity issues. So,
just about failed the first test getting the mic on. Morning, everyone. I work with Sophie Badland and Ed Massey from New Zealand Wine Growers, advocating for biosecurity. The brief I was given with the talk today was talking about how we integrate biosecurity for the vineyard owner and the people working in the wineries. It's actually a great talk to follow, the on-site talk, because there was some pretty interesting stuff there. Yeah, okay. I'll put this up just to give a bit of an overview of the organisation, who we are, our vision and our purpose. But on the side over here is the functions and the pillars of New Zealand Wine Growers. And me and Sophie fit within the environment team. How that fits into engaging with our members is, at the start, all of our board is made up of growers. So from governance down, we have integration with our growers. Just a quick overview of the industry. Facts and figures there: 42,000 hectares of producing area. We've got 2,000 on vineyards with an average size of 21 hectares. Another point here, just integrating with our grower base, is that we also have wine regions, and each of them regions has a local committee, or Wine Marlborough, Wine Hawke's Bay. So we have growers representing their regions. Bit of a heads up for biosecurity, where you have one crop predominantly grown in one area. Another heads up or watch out is when you have that one crop in one area, but it's one variety. And with us, it's Sauvignon Blanc, pretty much 3/4 of our production. Once again, one of our vulnerabilities, we've had an industry that has grown very fast over the last 30 years. And as you can imagine, when industries are growing, some shortcuts get taken, and things have to happen reasonably quickly. So this is one of our vulnerabilities as well. And like Matt, I have a slide that hopefully will work. This was my PowerPoint training to put this together, and look, it is working. When you see this happening in a region over 20 odd years, you can imagine what's going on. There's everything from earth moving, dam building, people going backwards and forwards to different vineyards, and this is how Marlborough has grown over the last 20 odd years. Also, there's money involved, and when you have increases in exports like this, this is once again over about the last 25 years, a huge increase in our export base. And once again, as money rolls around and people have to make it work, you can get shortcuts taken. This is not so much as a vulnerability. Wine is a product that is, we have no real export issues. It's in a bottle, but you can see our major markets there, the US, Canada, the UK, and even Australia. What we do have with New Zealand Wine Growers is our sustainable wine growing project. Sustainability is becoming more and more important. Customers expect it. Governments now are starting to demand it, especially some of the Scandinavian countries. There are cost-saving benefits for our growers, and really it's the right thing to do. And biosecurity is an integral part of being sustainable. In our sustainability program, this is where our biosecurity program sits in the plant protection function. Okay, Sustainability New Zealand was established in 1995. Down the bottom is really the 3 or 4 parts to it. Okay, and our biosecurity register is where the biosecurity information is collated. 98% of the country's vineyards are covered by this sustainable certification, but it's only about 85% of our growers. So there's a lot of smaller growers out there that don't sit within the sustainable program. A lot of those are in the organic programs, so they have their own certification through their organic programs. Our biosecurity objectives is to have influence, that our members have influence on the design, making and activities across the scope of the biosecurity system, and the biosecurity system is maximised. Awareness, that our members are aware of the biosecurity risks, and participation, that our members have the capability and capacity to participate in biosecurity activities. And our goal is that all of the vineyards will have a biosecurity in place to mitigate the effects of pests and disease. When we first rolled out our voluntary biosecurity plans about 5 years ago, we had about a 60% uptake. We were actually pleasantly surprised with that. So I think we got all of the early adopters and a lot of the mainstream growers as well. And now we're just trying to top it up with the followers. Who do we work with? Of course, we work with our members, grapevine producers, the vina nurseries. Our nurseries are a big part of our biosecurity program, and I'll talk about a bit more about that shortly. Government, Biosecurity New Zealand, and of course a part of the GIA. Other industries have a lot to do with people like Matt and other industries, technical experts and scientists. We've got our own research function with Brigado, and Banu's here today from BRI. Technology development companies, and we've been working with Onside. Other biosecurity initiatives like the Biosecurity Pledge, and of course the next generation, people like the Young Vit, and people working within the polytechs and universities doing viticulture training. One of the big parts of our program, and this is where a lot of Sophie's work is as a member of the GIA. We signed up to the GIA in 2017, and it's been a big part of what we've been doing to combat our exotic threats. And it's just really about industry working together. So this is a bit of a blast from the past. Matt talked about PSA for kiwi fruit. Back in the 1980s, we had something called phylloxera, which is a small insect that impacted on the industry. And at that time, 80% of the vineyards were actually vulnerable to phylloxera. Through a whole process back then, there was a government-funded vine removal scheme, and the industry moved from vines that were on their own roots through to a grafted grapevine, which was resistant to phylloxera. So a lot of our growers have actually seen incursions in place and developments made which work to sort those problems. This is the old sign here, the phylloxera sign. There are still some vines on their old, on their original roots in the country, and those vineyards have a lot higher biosecurity protocols in place. Some of our exotic threats, brown marmorated stinkbug, Xylella, the glassy winged sharpshooter, which is vector for Xylella, and the spotted lanternfly. This is one of the programs we have with our growers to really raise awareness about exotic threats. Brown marmorated stinkbug, of course, not only having impacts on the fruit, but also can taint the juice. There's some developments now in place where wine taint may not be the issue that it once was, but the R&D around that is still going on. So, one of our the real exotic threat for viticulture in New Zealand across the world has cost the industry literally hundreds of millions of dollars. And emerging threat, the spotted lanternfly. The photo in the far in the left is on a vine in Pennsylvania, and then the adult and the eggs there. Some of the pests and diseases that are concerning as far as biosecurity that are here already: the leaf roll virus, the mealybug, which is a vector for the leaf roll virus, an emerging threat, which is the garden weevil, and one that's been here for a long time, the grapevine trunk disease. Talking about vectoring and biosecurity, so vineyard biosecurity on the ground, really it's about trying to mitigate or stop the transportation of mealybugs from one vineyard to the next vineyard, not only just to reduce the populations moving to a vineyard, but the mealybug can also vector the leaf roll virus. This is one we did some work on a few years ago, the garden weevil impacting some vineyards up to 15% of their production. And you can see there with the trimmer, just the amount of the garden weevils that are being transported around. And you saw the map of Marlborough there. The garden weevil is only present in a very small, I would actually say less than 5%. So the impacts for the vineyards that haven't got the garden weevil can be quite serious. These are some of the stories that we try to tell our growers around the importance of hygiene when moving from one vineyard to the next. Our grafted grapevine standard, when we talked about phylloxera before, the grafted grapevine standard was put in place not only to put the phylloxera resistant rootstock in place, but also to stop the movement of the leaf roll virus. And it's a core part of our biosecurity system. So the leaf roll virus, all vines are tested actually before collecting the budwood, so that they know that it is virus free. A lot of mine and Sophie's work is with the vina nurseries. I'd say the grafted grapevine standard is in place, but it's continual improvement within that standard. And now we've also, all of our vina nurseries have signed up to Plant Pass and are part of the Plant Pass system as well. One of the main tools that we've used to interact with our growers is the development of the resources, and we work with the other hort industries in developing similar resources to them, and once again we got a lot of help from Matt, and we've got resources for contractors, pest and disease guides, vineyard biosecurity plans, and guidelines for best practice. But like with the talk, the on-site talk, it's all right having the resources. It's making them available and making them relevant for growers. So in 2025 this year, we have done a round of biosecurity workshops, getting out there, talking to our members. We've presented at our spray days, at our grape days, working with the Young Bit program and assisting members on requests. So we're trying to get these resources to the growers and them being used. What does their biosecurity planning look like? They're broken down into key tasks around using the vineyard register, briefing visitors, contractors, undertaking surveillance, machinery and vehicle hygiene, managing biological materials and products, livestock management. A lot of the vineyards graze, constructing good washdown facilities, and being aware of biosecurity at harvest. The new SWINS biosecurity plan, which is Sustainable New Zealand biosecurity plan templates, also have requirements now. And they are requirements around the vineyard register, using the GGS, and other essential components of that biosecurity plan. Research, along with Brigado or BRI, we're looking at an exotic threats review and prioritisation. We've had our most unwanted pests and diseases now in place for probably 10 years, and we're just looking at the exotic threats that are out there and looking if that we need to place higher priority some and lesser priority on others. The gap analysis around those exotic threats, new detection and surveillance and diagnostic tools, response and control tools. Like I say, the development of the new MIPS that can take taint out of wine has been quite an interesting development. And long-term management of biosecurity risk for New Zealand. Of course, other interests, climate change, and the effects of sleeper pests. And I've talked about phylloxera as an example. Phylloxera was actually in the country from the 1800s, but it didn't become an issue till the 1980s. So there may be things here already that aren't an issue that will become issues. The development of, agrochem and management options around wine growing. In vineyard, hygiene and surveillance improvements that are necessary. And just the uptake of biosecurity best practice. Thank you. Hopefully that will work.
Thank you, Jim. Stay there. We'll bring the hot seats out for the three speakers who repeated. We'll have a question and answer session, I hope. Lawrence, yeah. Okay, questions for our three speakers? Is that a question at the back there?
Yeah.
There's the microphone coming.
Earlier we were discussing the golden sun gold the kiwi fruit. The lecture we were discussing it was stolen. Like someone cut the stick and illegally brought to China. So how would you, if you have the technology, how would you design a protection like from the whole process? You need to use camera to cover the whole agriculture field, or if someone bought a ground, bought a terrain, and he owns that, how do you prevent him steal that as well? Or if they turn off their cell phone, how can you trace that? Yeah. During the whole process, like, or you said the security check at the customer.
Oh yeah.
Do that.
Yeah. So they, if I understand this correctly, so they didn't. That was just an example of how the system works. So as someone crosses the geo fence, the farmer is notified to say who is here. They didn't steal kiwi fruit or cut vines or anything like that, but they knew that they came on at a certain time in the night, and then the next morning pieces of their machinery had gone. So they just put two and two together and realised who the individual was who had come on and stole it, and then questioned. And so it had nothing to do with the actual fruit that they took, but that's how the system worked.
Other questions?
Lawrence, this probably applies to the other two speakers as well. You were talking about this lack of, a proportion of the population who won't comply or refuse to engage. How much is social science, or how do you employ social scientists to help you try and sort of develop packages or approaches that overcome that resistance and understand the barriers, etc.?
Yeah, it's a good point. Actually had a conversation before. Was it Fiona? Joanna, there you go. Yeah. No, it's a good point. And I was saying before that it was probably 30 years I was going, sort of saying we need social scientists here to help us with, those very issues. But I mean, we do have quite a strong team at ECAN that are able to assist with that sort of thing. They're not necessarily social scientists, but they are experts in dealing with community, I suppose. Some of those people, I don't think it would matter. There's a small percentage, 1 or 2%, who it wouldn't matter who goes there or how you deal with them. They're just going to point blank say no. Others do come around. They're sort of in and out of that percentage, that sort of 5%. But yeah, I mean, I think it would be useful to engage with some social scientists around that issue. So we probably haven't done as well as we could have in that respect. Yeah. I have a question.
My question's for Lawrence also. With the updates to the Canterbury Regional Pest Management Plan, how much of sort of adaptive management might be included in there to look at where currently a pest is not named or identified, and to look at the emerging pests over the next 10 years to be able to include management under that plan?
So you're saying instead of a plan being reviewed every 10 years and things coming in and out, how do we be more adaptable and flexible about putting new things in? It's a good question. It's one of the discussions. I've been sitting at the table with MPI on the review the Biosecurity Act, and one of the limitations there is the fact that it's very hard to put something in the plan at the moment. It says something like if it has any significant impact on any one person, then that makes it quite difficult. You could go through a council at the moment, through council, to put something in the plan, but essentially that would probably be something that's going to have not much impact on somebody, and you could manage yourself. So that would be at the moment, but I believe that there may be some more flexibility going forward within the Biosecurity Act itself to allow that more flexible approach and to include new species as you go along. But we'll see.
Seeing as my first question was taken, I'll take off my social science hat and put on my tourism hat. This also relates to the Port of Lyttelton presentation as well. I know that tourists visit farms, they visit wineries, they pee in our waterways. I know that Giardia was introduced into New Zealand by German backpackers back in the 80s. And I'm just wondering, we talked about the ships and how we control biosecurity on the ships, but what relationship is there between the primary sector at all the ports and the tourism sector in terms of making sure that tourists do the right thing and are controlled when they're out on farms and vineyards and around waterways?
I'm not sure. Are you asking all of us, or?
Just with the passengers on board, if this is the first port into the country in Lyttelton, they've got to fill out the border security, border clearance, and MPI do all the checks. It's now all online, so that has simplified the process. They're not allowed to take any food off the ship. It is quite strict. Maybe MPI might want to also talk about the different measures, but from what I believe, it's quite well controlled. Obviously, nothing's perfect, but
I'll have a bit of a go for the wine industry. I know wine tourism is a big thing in places like Hawke's Bay, Central Otago, and in Marlborough, of course. And once again, they come off the boats. We've assessed the risk around tourism, and it's really no higher than the impacts you get when people just enter the country. I know in Australia, where you've got a lot of phylloxera-free vineyards, they have don't work in the vines signs, and they have a lot higher quarantine process within their vineyards. And the vineyards here that are phylloxera-free also have that. But in general, where the industry doesn't see tourism, apart from the risk of someone mistakenly bring something like a brown marmorated stink bug into the country, the risk to vineyards from tourism is manageable.
I would probably say too that there's more risk from the spread of species across the country. The lack of biosecurity at the farm gate, if you like, is a major issue. People say it's too expensive and too time consuming. And also the spread of pest species, some which are in our regional pest management plan, but others that are unwanted organisms through online sales is a major issue. And just like us, we're using our Facebook pages, for example, to monitor our own personal ones, to monitor that, and so are MPI, which is problematic as far as I can see too. So there's a lot of things spreading within the country anyway. They might be here, but only confined to one or two regions at the moment, that potential to spread across the country and become problematic.
Supplementary question, Lawrence. Your talk was really informative and otherwise sort of slightly dark in terms of the outcomes. So you've got these plans to go extend the terrestrial pests, the aquatic pests, marine pests. At the same time, you're having to walk back on the compliance because you're under-resourced. Where, I mean, where do you see this all going, in the next 10 years? If, we will have new pests, and you've still got the same problems, and you're dealing with, the same problems for dealing with the last 20 odd years.
I think better collaboration between agencies and groups would be useful. I think that we're going to have a limited number of pest species in our plan and focus primarily on those things of, a limited distribution, high potential impact in the future. I think we just have to be careful, very careful about what we put in the plan within the confines of our resources, and ensure that we do good. We should be doing a lot more surveillance and pathway management. The surveillance, you can't manage what you don't know, so that is very important. But also managing those pathways is extremely important too. So we've got a Southern Alliance with our other regional councils. I may have mentioned that before, but we do work closely with the regional sector, across the country. So there's opportunities there to work together to identify species and make sure that we should be a good region and try and restrict the movement of some of the things we've got to other regions and vice versa. So I just see a lot more partnerships and collaboration to try and prevent the spread of pest species. Yeah.
Sorry, Lawrence, another one for you. I was interested in your perception of whether the challenge that your council faces with I'll characterise it as a lack of buy-in for enforcement in your senior management. Do you think that's typical of regional councils across the country, or is it unique here? And maybe if I can have a two-part, do you think there's a need for a completely different model where councils take on responsibility for pest management, take it off the landowners, and just put it onto their rates?
Yeah, I think we've been quite different to a lot of other regional councils. We've been, particularly with our first regional pest management plan, we were quite draconian in terms of rule implementation. At the time, I was the biosecurity team leader in North Canterbury, and I remember Bill Bayfield saying to me when he came along, "Time to get you out of Dodge." I was probably not a well-liked person for doing my job the way it was outlined to me at the time. And that, so our council, I guess, worries about the perception of we want to get on with the community. So I guess they're doing their best to try and rectify the situation by trying to be nice. But nice doesn't necessarily cut it with a lot of people. So I think we've been quite different to other regional councils. They've leant more on the education side of things than we did in the beginning anyway. So I've noticed quite a change within our own councils. Yes, if I don't know if I'd like to be controlling the Tussock. I mean, it's about a $7 million project on its own, so it's a bit of a thankless task, and it was a government-funded thing many years ago. But I think for a lot of these early invaders, we should be managing them anyway, because a lot of people won't recognise them, and that's the case now. You put a poster on the wall at a community meeting about the regional pest management plan saying, here are the things that that we're looking at maybe putting in a plan. And I think, as I said before, they'll go straight, oh, there's the gorse and there's the broom. So instead of, hey, what's this African lovegrass that's only at 2 or 3 sites that could become majorly problematic across the region and impact on us, doesn't feature. Because if you don't know it, then you're not going to manage it probably. Yep.
Last question from anyone?
Sorry, Megan. I had a question about onside and the link between properties. And at one stage, I was trying to investigate the ASD form in terms of stock movement. You know, if you find a particular pest species on a property, I'll use, say, Chilean needlegrass as an example, and you know that stock has moved on and off that property, but you can't get the information about where things might have moved. And that was in terms of cattle mainly. But with your system, you've got, you can actually trace people movement, so vehicles, which are really important, maybe machinery, that sort of thing, which are primary pathways for moving pest species. So is it able, I guess my question is, are we able to access that information, or does the privacy issue get in the way? So if someone's had Chilean needlegrass and we came to you and say, can you tell us what the movements off their property during this period are when it's seeding, is that a possibility?
Yes and no. So, no, I mean, the data is held by the actual farmers. And I think we did a project, and maybe Matt can chip in here, but it is a little bit difficult because it's the willingness of the farmers to be able to disclose that data. And so we did a project with GIA where, say, NZ Wine and also KBH, they would send out an invitation to all of the farmers to invite them to actually use on-site, and then as part of that, get the agreement to actually disclose that data in that case. So it takes partnership to be able to actually do that at scale. But we're primed and ready to be able to do it. It would just take industry to get right behind it. But we've got all the data there. It just needs the right people to say yes.
Perhaps we could push the product so that we could get that information.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Great. Well, I'm not going to introduce myself. Well, actually, I'm Phil Hume. I'm a distinguished professor of plant biosecurity here at Lincoln University, and my area of research is very broad in the biosecurity area, increasingly looking more at the social aspects and the policy areas. But I guess my main area of expertise is in plant invasions, and that's where I've done much of my work. And today I just wanted to, this final session is very much about, well, where does our biosecurity knowledge go? How do we actually form policies and actions, building on from what we heard early on about the border innovations and the compliance issues after the border? How do we start packaging that? So I wanted to try, one of the aspects that I'm working on at the moment is the idea that we need to have a much more holistic view of biosecurity, and particularly where it covers everything, not just agriculture, but the environment as well, and also human health. So I just wanted to check, first of all, has everybody here heard of the concept of One Health? Anybody not heard of One Health? Okay, so that's good. So One Health is a major program internationally. It's supported by these august institutions, global institutions, such as the Food and Agriculture Organization, UN Environment Program, the World Health Organization, and the World Organization for Animal Health. And these organizations are working together under the concept that human health is related very much to animal health, environmental health, and they're all linked together. Now, all of us working in biosecurity know that biosecurity also does this. Yeah? That's where we're sitting as well. And so the issue is, well, we have an international program, a global program driving the concept of One Health. We don't necessarily have the same kind of thrust supporting biosecurity. So yesterday was International One Health, Global One Health Day. I'm sure most of you didn't know about that. But the thing is, my feeling is that we need a kind of a global biosecurity day, at least, to raise the profile of biosecurity at a global scale. And I guess the theme of this talk is that there's an opportunity to build biosecurity much more clearly and aligned to things like One Health, for us to have much more opportunity to influence global decision making. So what is One Health? So One Health is defined here as an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystems. What's the definition of biosecurity? Biosecurity is defined as a strategic and integrated approach to analyzing and managing relevant risks to human, animal, and plant health and associated risks to the environment. It's actually very hard to see much difference between those two definitions. The only difference you do tend to see is that while One Health is about unification and collaboration, biosecurity is about strategy and implementation. And one of the things that's lacking from the global One Health perspective is this idea that how do we implement it? And my thesis that I'm trying to present today is that biosecurity is the key way that we can actually implement a One Health program, both nationally and also internationally. So both biosecurity and One Health are big topics for science. If you see over the last 25 years, the number of publications on biosecurity and One Health have increased. But what you can see is that clearly since about 2017, 2018, the amount of research going on One Health has started to increase exponentially. Now you'd think that because biosecurity and One Health share that commonality that we're interested in the interface between human, animal, plant, and environmental health, there should be many more synergies with One Health. But if you look at the research that works on the interface between these, that's it there, it's the green line. The two communities of One Health and biosecurity just aren't talking to each other. They're not working together. We're not thinking conceptually in similar ways. And again, I think that this is a real problem for us as in biosecurity, because unless we are working and sharing tools, sharing knowledge, we're unlikely to have the critical mass to deal with many of the problems we're facing at the moment. So of course, biosecurity is crucial to One Health. We can go back into the past. If we go to the Irish potato famine, we see that due to, again, a plant pathogen, Phytophthora infestans, caused major hunger and famine. So clearly biosecurity, as to been implemented at that time, would have probably saved many lives. And similarly, more recently, but often much more frequently forgotten, is the Bengal famine in India in 1943, exacerbated by the colonial government at the time, but still an issue with a brown spot fungus that resulted in 2 million deaths. So again, the link between prevention of plant health risks and human health are quite clear. And today, the problem has not disappeared. We have armyworms potentially threatening food supplies in Africa. And of course, fungal attacks threaten global food supplies, say experts. There are still these problems of biosecurity that have a direct impact on human health and hunger. But when we look at One Health, we want to see how much it actually incorporates issues that might be to do with plant health or agricultural productivity. We see that actually it doesn't. Despite its promise, what One Health really focuses on is on human health, disease biology, and veterinary sciences. The broader environmental issues, or even things such as plant health, are very limited within the broad concept of One Health. And in fact, when I did a literature search, you found that only about 7% of all the work on One Health even addresses environmental sciences at all. And when you do look at that, most of that is focusing on things like wildlife reservoirs or antimicrobial resistance. So even much less on the nitty-gritty of biosecurity. Another important aspect is that if we want to see biosecurity and One Health working together, it needs to deliver against global goals. And these are the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, of which there are 17. And there's a considerable pressure, both at national levels, but also at industry levels, for reporting against these goals. And many of them are particularly relevant. No poverty, zero hunger, good health, biodiversity, climate action, and clean water. All of these are relevant to human health, but they're also very relevant to biosecurity. But if we look at the work that's going on against these 17 SDGs, we see that biosecurity research and understanding very much favors biodiversity, climate change, and food security, whereas One Health favors sanitation, poverty, alleviation, and education. So even in this area where the two disciplines of One Health and biosecurity are deviating. The impressive thing here is that people who study or research in biosecurity is much broader. It covers all the goals. One Health is much more constrained, particularly around the education and poverty aspects. But what we know is biosecurity is essential for plant and animal health, and nowhere more than in New Zealand, where, of course, we've had major issues of plant and animal health, even in the recent couple of years. So we know it's an integrative process that cuts across multiple sectors. What we need to try and show is that it can cut across the human health sectors as well. And of course, many of these biosecurity risks that we're facing in the future are cross-sectorial. Probably about 20 years ago, there was a great deal of concern about the red imported fire ant, primarily from a potential agricultural perspective, but it has big impacts on human health as well as livestock, crops, and biodiversity. And today, I'm sure something Pete's probably concerned about is the yellow-legged hornet, the Asian hornet. Again, it's a multi-sectorial pest. At the moment, it's very much focused on beekeepers, but it'll have major implications for pollination of many of our crops. It is a human health risk, and of course, it will impact our bees. And the reason we need to have a joined-up approach across these different sectors is because the threats that are facing us that impact biosecurity will also be impacting human health. And such things as urbanization, hotspots of emerging diseases, but they're also hotspots of where alien species or invasive species will actually enter, but also spread. Climate change is going to provide improved environments for many pests in New Zealand, but it's also making our ecosystems less resilient, and extreme events will exacerbate the risks of disease spread as well. And of course, our increasing intensification of agriculture increases the opportunity of spillover from pathogens into humans. The homogeneous landscapes facilitate the pest spread, and also our native ecosystems are fragmented and become more vulnerable to pest incursions. So I guess the thrust is that there needs to be an approach to biosecurity that's more holistic, and this approach has been called One Biosecurity, which is an interdisciplinary approach. It tries to build on the interconnections between plant, animal, human, and environmental health, and to prevent and mitigate the impacts of invasive alien species. And here's some headlines from the New Zealand Herald. We can see that biosecurity issues are cutting across all those disciplines. And New Zealand's in a great position because of our size and also our emphasis on biosecurity to promote the idea of an integrated approach across these disciplines. So why do we need it? Well, here is the traditional One Health perspective. Animal health links to human health, for example, through zoonotic alien pathogens get moved from livestock to humans. But pathogens and parasites will also move from wildlife into animal health and also into humans. And that's generally where people see One Health and possibly where biosecurity is. But plant health has an important role to play. People tend to forget that plant health, invasive alien pests reduce quantity and quality of food, and mycotoxins from crops and can impact animal health. And of course, things like deer and pigs have a major impact on our crop productivity in many cases. And then we have the weeds of our natural environment. These are important sources of pollen allergens to humans, but also invasive alien plants are injurious to animal health. And in some cases, these weed species are fantastic hosts for many vectors of diseases, whether they're mosquitoes or ticks, that facilitate the spread of human diseases. And we can see that even obviously weeds can become crop pests, but also some crops can become weeds, as I think the kiwi fruit industry knows only too well. And we can look at the same system in aquatic systems. And people tend to forget, they tend to look at animal health and human health, but in fact, things like seaweed culture, mariculture of seaweeds is increasingly becoming important. And so this idea of plant health, although algae are a different type of plant, but they are also a growing area which is going to be important economically, but also potentially a source of potential problem species. So where's one biosecurity going? It's nice to have a term. There's beginning to be increasing traction on the idea. So I was recently involved in this invasive alien species and their control report from the Intergovernmental Panel on policy interface of biodiversity and ecosystem services. And within this report, they see that collaborative, multi-sectorial and transdisciplinary approaches, such as One Health, provide frameworks to prevent and control invasive alien species by strengthening those interconnections. And they also recommend that within biosecurity fields, something like One Biosecurity also fits that perspective. And then FAO are also getting onto the bandwagon. They reckon that members' capacities, including on investment leverage through a more integrated One Biosecurity approach that coordinates and transcends sector-specific approaches and interventions. So again, there's a feeling that there is a time, we're coming to a time now where actually biosecurity shouldn't be too siloed within its particular sectors, but needs to be much broader. And there are real benefits. And of course, the classic case of a One Biosecurity type approach would be highly pathogenic avian influenza, for which New Zealand's got a preparedness plan, although when you look through the preparedness plan, it's very much prepared around these little things and poultry concerns, but it still is a concept that these different sectors are all going to be impacted by highly pathogenic influenza. But that's an easy win. Highly pathogenic avian influenza has been around for almost 20 years, and there's a real understanding of its potential risks across different sectors. But I wanted to give you some examples of things that perhaps you're less well aware about, but shows that we need to have this kind of much more holistic view of biosecurity than we currently have. So, take you back into the past. Here's some New Zealand Evening Post, 1900, another case of honey poisoning. So people were really concerned about this. Suddenly people started eating honey and becoming incredibly sick. So, of course, New Zealand has, the bee was introduced in 1839, so 60 years before that particular honey poisoning. So there's a period when people were quite happy eating honey and they weren't becoming sick. But then the passion vine leafhopper was introduced in 1880, so only 20 years before this headline. And this wonderful little creature, which causes lots of problems currently to agriculture, feeds on Coriaria, the tutu. And the leafhopper feeds on the tutu and secretes honeydew, and bees take up the honeydew, and that tutin goes into the honey. And so then that caused human health impacts. Now, when people were thinking about the risks of this little organism coming in, they would never have thought of the ramifications potentially to human health. So there's these kind of oddball situations. And so today, our honey has to be classified in relation to its tutin content. So that's one example. Then you may have heard, I think last year, toxic spinach causes hallucinations and delirium in Australia. But it wasn't spinach at all. It was this thing, Jimson weed, Datura stramonium. It's a species from Central America. It's a widespread weed. It has broad leaves, easily confused perhaps by the less taxonomically gifted people picking spinach, and being bagged into ready mixes of spinach, causing people to eat it and then becoming sick. And it's not just an isolated case. Here's some data from Italy, and you can see that this is a recent paper. This is something that occurs quite frequently. I couldn't find any examples from New Zealand. Maybe we're not major spinach producers, but also the weed itself isn't that widespread. But it just goes to show that weeds themselves, when we view them more as pests of productivity, can also have implications for human health. And then the third oddball, unexpected biosecurity impact that crosses different sectors, I'm going to talk about Legionnaire's disease. Again, often have reports of Legionnaire's disease coming into the country. What happens is that people will open up their composting bags and the potting mix and inhale Legionella bacteria. So that's the first thing, that's the source. That's the Legionella longbeachii, bacterial pathogen responsible for Legionnaire's disease. Where does it come from? It comes from Pinus radiata. So Legionella longbeachii goes naturally in the bark of Pinus radiata, an introduced invasive tree in New Zealand. So when that bark is used for potting mix, the Legionella is immediately taken in as well. So what I wanted to highlight here is that the complexity of biosecurity and managing human health is intimately tied to things that sometimes we would see more as a plant health or an animal health issue, and that we can't really segregate them if we want to manage the whole system. So how might we go about doing this? Now in New Zealand, we have a really good system called the Biosecurity Continuum, where we manage things pre-border, border, and post-border. And this is more or less what we've been talking about during our talks today, where we manage offshore risk, then we have pathway risk, border inspection, surveillance, and management. And each step, risk becomes less and less. And there are ways that we can integrate kind of a one biosecurity approach across here. The first time is obviously real-time scans of offshore threats using open source intelligence and AI tools. We do that regularly for animal and plant pests. MPI do this. They have a biosecurity intelligence team. But I'm not sure the Ministry of Health have such a team looking at other potential risks that were coming into the country. Pathway analysis, again, really good for looking at potential risks to plant and animal health. But are we really monitoring things such as the risk of things like monkeypox coming into the country? There's no real modeling of risks of where that comes from. Measles, it's becoming an increasing issue. Are you modeling the risk of introductions of measles? We were declared measles free, but there's a constant risk of these diseases coming into the country. I don't think the same pathway approach is being applied. Interceptions, everyone comes into the border, often gets sniffed by a dog, a beagle. Now, they're looking for fruit and other contraband material. Only recently have there been trials to show that these dogs can actually detect human disease, and trials under COVID-19 showed that the dogs can also be trained to detect human disease. And while in New Zealand we might not, we have other ways of doing diagnostics. If you're in a developing country, it may be better to have a dog as your sentinel at the border than if you don't have an expensive laboratory that can do testing. And so dogs could be used much more widely across the biosecurity continuum of human and agricultural health. We heard from On-Site today about tracking people and people moving between farms. We can also track itineraries of international travelers visiting high-risk areas. There are huge privacy concerns with this, and obviously COVID-19 showed us the pingdemic. That could be quite challenging. But I think, as Joanna mentioned, if we want to know where tourists are going and they're posing a potential risk, either as a human disease vector, where the Giardia is a bit late, but there may be other things that they might be coming with, or simply the fact that they might be spreading pests from one vineyard to another, there are opportunities to develop tools that can serve both the primary sector as well as human health. And what we heard from Lawrence's talk about compliance and the need for social science, it's clear that you need that whether you're doing COVID-19 vaccination mandates or whether you're doing restricted place movements. There's the same issue that there's always going to be that 20% of the population who aren't going to be compliant, and working to understand that. If it's a human health issue or an animal health issue or a plant health issue, it's the same psychology that's under there. And if we can work together to understand that, that's an opportunity for benefits across the sectors. And of course, there's education. We had a workshop here at Lincoln to look at how biosecurity is taught, and we found that elements of biosecurity are taught across every single faculty here. They just often don't know that it's biosecurity. But I think that we do need an interdisciplinary workforce that understands the risks of biosecurity across both to their personal health, but also to the wider public as well. And finally, there needs to be integrated governance across government, public research, and industry sectors. So I did a search, and I know searching the MPI website is probably not the best way to know what MPI is doing. Similarly, probably not searching the Ministry of Health website, but when I searched for the Ministry of Health website for biosecurity, there were 5 hits. 4 of those were about growing marijuana, and 1 was about COVID, which, you know, that's not quite yet. Whereas if you search for human health and MPI, it's food safety. That's the driver of all of that, is food safety, which is an important aspect of certainly of biosecurity. But it just shows that even in New Zealand, where we're pretty switched on to biosecurity, there's opportunities for more joined up government. Although I'm sure people deny them. It's all working fine in Wellington, but yeah, we'll see. So biosecurity is essential to prevent the introduction and spread of agricultural threats, as well as mitigate their impacts in order to ensure food security and improve human well-being. Major societal challenges, which involve climate change, urbanization, agriculture intensification, though, are cross-sectorial. They're going to be impacting everything, increasing human mobility, both in terms of human and animal and environmental risks. The One Health program has got a lot of momentum, but it doesn't have a means of implementing it. Governments are switched on to One Health. If we can show that One Health needs to be supported by a strong biosecurity system, it means our trading partners will have stronger biosecurity. It means that we will have hopefully more resourcing to support biosecurity, because I think we're not selling it as the best tool that it can be in terms of dealing with things that people are really worried about, which is often their personal health. And I'd hope that's something that One Biosecurity umbrella under COBRAS, we've brought people from different sectors, and it's amazing when you bring someone from the wine industry or from the animal health industry, they suddenly realize they've never spoken to each other, but they're facing exactly the same problems and there are similar solutions. So we looked at things such as, we brought people together talking about pesticide resistance, antimicrobial resistance, herbicide resistance, and they suddenly realized that there's all kinds of similarities in the challenges they're facing across sectors. And it also means that we need to bring the data together from these different. We've heard from on-site sitting on a huge amount of data. Of course, there's privacy issues. It also sits with individual data owners. But increasingly, within New Zealand, we're generating a huge amount of data that could be used across different sectors, and we're not really making the most of that. And I think we could probably do that under more of a One Biosecurity umbrella. So thank you very much. Some of these ideas I've just recently published in a freely accessible journal article. But yes, that's my pitch for a One Biosecurity approach. So thank you very much. So our next speaker is Pete Thompson. Pete Thompson is our Chief Biosecurity Officer in the Ministry for Primary Industries. Pete has had a long-standing relationship with MPI when it was MAF, Biosecurity New Zealand, and has been at the forefront of quite a few difficult episodes in our biosecurity history. And I'm sure he's currently probably getting texts telling him where the latest yellow-legged hornet's been found. But I think it's nobody better to tell us to give us a good idea of how we approach biosecurity at a national level through MPI. So, of course, yours, Pete.
Thanks, Phil. Perhaps at the forefront of, but not the cause of, many of the biosecurity challenges that we've had. Really good to be here. Interesting to hear the speakers thus far. I know I'm standing between you and a break, and a next speaker. So I might keep this a little bit short. So the topic I was asked to talk to was biosecurity partnerships and how they support a resilient food sector. Now, Phil's already covered a bunch of things like the Irish potato famine and Xylella. I had on my list UG99, the stem rust affecting wheat crops that's been moving across Africa and the Middle East and parts of Asia. these and others are really serious threats to not just our food sector, but food security full stop in many countries where these staple crops that provide the difference between getting a meal today and going hungry, they really make the difference. And so, you know, in biosecurity in New Zealand, it's often about what happens to our export dollars and, you know, our primary sector productivity. But for many countries around the world, it's about whether you get a meal, right? And so let's talk about that, and particularly about how partnerships can make a difference across the system. So most of you will have seen, this is a representation of the biosecurity system, showing the layered biosecurity system and the number of interventions that occur from offshore through to right at the hard end with regional councils and pest management, and a list of all the various things that we do to try and manage that risk through the pathway. The biosecurity system isn't designed to keep everything out, and nor should it be. Yeah. It's designed, well, that representation there is nets, right? Designed to be a net, not a wall. We're not trying to keep everything out. We're trying to enable trade and travel while doing our best at keeping things out that are going to have a significant impact. And so we do a reasonably good job, right? But the biosecurity system is stretched. It's got pressures just like everyone faces in their day and in their work. But for biosecurity in New Zealand, the increase in trade, climate change, public expectations, funding challenges, and many others all provide us with a biosecurity system that really is under pressure. So although we might like to think that New Zealand's really good at biosecurity and that we might have the best biosecurity system in the world, one of the things I've been able to observe as I've travelled around the world is, although we have a good, coherent biosecurity system, there are plenty of countries where I can see better examples of components of the biosecurity system. So, and so some of them up there. So Argentina, I was there a few years back. They have a really switched on method for conducting their risk assessments and communicating their import and export requirements. Yeah. I came back from that trip 3 years ago, and we're still trying to do something that would catch up to where the Argentinians are in terms of communicating clearly what the import and export requirements are. Canada, they've just gone through a major IT upgrade. They have the most amazing spatial information systems supporting their plant and animal health across Australia. Yeah. So they're able to use these GIS systems combined with AI to optimize their surveillance programs and do a whole bunch of data analytics. And so really impressive stuff. Yeah, we're not there yet. Yeah. Malaysia, diagnostic technology. I wouldn't say Malaysia is a benchmark for biosecurity diagnostic identification, but in my recent visit there, they've got all the tech, right? They've got all the machines that we would love to have in our biosecurity system. Yeah, we've got some, but boy, somehow they've got a whole lot of tech. Now, you know, I'd still think we use ours better, but they've got the technology. Australia, Biosecurity Commons. Phil, in one of your slides, talked about better connecting up our data, right? And so Australia's been able to make some big strides there. with Biosecurity Commons that pulls in data from a very wide range of sources and makes that available for answering a wide variety of biosecurity questions. And then China, I was in China last year and went on a field trip where they were profiling some of their standard really surveillance technology, looking at a whole lot of automated smart trapping. You see the box at the middle of the field that's a light trap. It attracts insects. They drop onto a conveyor belt. They get a photograph taken. They go into a little machine that does some DNA analysis, and a report gets sent off to the office, right? Telling them what it is, or that, hey, there's something you better come and have a look at. Yeah. Similarly, just the smart traps that are connected up with photographs and sniffer traps that are collecting spores, looking for not just new stuff, but what's happening in the environment that might require farmers to intervene with a spray program or with some other kind of intervention. So we have a very good biosecurity system. It's one of the best in the world, but there's lots of things we can learn from others. There's lots of improvements we can still make in our biosecurity system here in New Zealand. So one of the ways to do this is, one of the ways, probably the essential way, is to do it through partnership. Yeah? None of us by ourselves can have a biosecurity system that meets New Zealand's needs. And so back when we developed, with your help, Biosecurity 2025, one of the key findings out of that, or key themes out of that, was that we all have a role to play in the biosecurity system. And we talked about a biosecurity team of 4.7 million. I guess we have to increase that now, right? But everybody has something to offer. Each of us can do things, either individually or in our organisations, that can make a real difference. So let me look at a few of the partnerships that really, I think, really make a difference to our biosecurity system. I just got back from a meeting of the IPPC, the International Plant Protection Convention. 185 countries all sitting around the table trying to figure out how we can do biosecurity better globally. Yeah? With a particular focus on how can we trade goods, plants and plant products without trading the pests that go with them, but not the only focus. A large focus and increasing focus on pest management, surveillance and detection tools, control tools that countries can use. Yeah? And so this is what I would call, well, it's a treaty. It's basically an international treaty that New Zealand is involved in. Highly effective. New Zealand is incredibly influential in it. New Zealand developed, was one of the two authors of the last 10-year strategic plan for it. New Zealand led the development of what we call the e-phyto solution. So in order to trade, we provide assurances from country to country that we have met the importing country's requirements for pest and disease freedom. Yeah? Those certificates have always been on a piece of paper that was sent around the world with the goods. And New Zealand led an effort to turn that into a completely electronic system. We managed to do it just before COVID hit, which was quite fortunate because movement became a lot harder. And so, that's just one example, I guess, where we've been able to make a difference through partnering with others. And so now we've got about 96 countries around the world already using the system, and others trying to come on board. Big push in Africa to try and get African countries on board with the system. And many of the developing countries that have come on board are seeing massive savings because they're finding that their products are not getting held up as long in port. They're not losing as much product. And so, yeah, big savings being accrued to those countries. Biosecurity Business Pledge. Have you heard of Biosecurity Business Pledge? Yeah. Anybody? Yeah, a few. Yeah. Okay. So Biosecurity Business Pledge, about 150 members. It's all about making a commitment to take biosecurity seriously. It's going beyond compliance with the rules and moving to a genuine commitment from the board level right down through the organisation to think about what we can do to lift biosecurity practice within our business. So features of it would include monthly webinars with speakers to help businesses understand the biosecurity system, understand recent changes in the rules, share their best practice with others, ask questions about challenges that they think there are in managing biosecurity within their businesses, and basically a really good sharing exercise. So in the short time that it's been up and running, I don't know if you recognise any of these companies. Huge number of companies have got involved in the Biosecurity Business Pledge. And I guess it'd be fair to say some of them, it might have made a small difference to what they're doing. Others, quite a big step change to how they're operating. So I guess my question would be, did you see your own logo up there? Maybe, yeah. Some of you did. Some of you didn't. Maybe you can go and find out why not. Yeah? Why aren't you part of this partnership? Now, it's called a Biosecurity Business Pledge, but there's clearly more than just commercial businesses involved in this. Yeah. Okay. Here's another one. This is called the Memorandum of Understanding between MPI, Department of Conservation, and Te Uru Kahika, that represents all of the councils. Yeah? Now, this is an important one because it's a tool for sorting out the tensions that arise between central and local government agencies when they're forced to make decisions about who's going to prioritise what, who's going to fund what's MPI going to do about Corbicula, who's going to do something about Cody dieback, what are we going to do when HPAI hits, who's going to take responsibility for which bits, particularly for things like if we don't have the money to do this, how we're going to get it done? Are you going to pick it up, or are we just going to not do anything at all? Yeah. Issues that have in the past resulted in some quite difficult conversations, as you can imagine, right? No one wants to walk away from things that are going to have a lasting impact. And so this MOU, it involves the tier twos from across the two central government agencies and the chief executives in a number of the councils, and is proving to be a really effective forum to resolve those issues, particularly particularly in the environmental space, in the space where we don't have businesses taking a strong interest, in the space where we've got environmental pests having potentially a lasting impact. Another one, regional collaboration. So you might have heard of the TMBC, Tauranga Moana Biosecurity Capital. Yeah. Okay, so these are regional collaborations. We've got two of them at the moment, one in Tauranga, one in Taranaki that's just got started, and we're hoping to generate some interest to establish one in Canterbury as well. So these are about really developing coalitions of the willing in regional areas to do things that are of interest and benefit to the region. Yeah. And so in Tauranga, you have the Port of Tauranga, a number of the primary sector grower organisations. You've got the regional council, you've got iwi, you've got school groups, other community groups, big businesses in the town, all buying in and saying, hey, we can do something together, or we can learn from you and do something over here for ourselves or by ourselves that'll contribute elsewhere. So generating this sort of groundswell at a community level of biosecurity action. Biosecurity Taranaki, just getting started, so they've been around for just over a year now. Went to their major meeting, annual meeting 2 weeks ago, and such enthusiasm to get those collaborations going so that people can reach out and help each other. They had a big conference. I went along to this thing expecting it to be like this, right? Sit there and listen to speakers talk about what they're doing in this collaboration. But instead you go into this huge conference room, only about 10 chairs set out. It was all stations talking about Kodi dieback, freshwater pests, wallabies, the Scion diagnostic capability, all sorts of things, and just networking the whole time, right? Researchers talking to farmers, talking to businesses, talking to primary sector people, talking to regional councils, to DOC, and just networking, seeing how we can help each other, learning from each other. Really, really inspiring. So we're trying to increase that, and hopefully we can get the Canterbury one going soon. GIA, so government industry agreements. Now, your next speaker is going to talk about government industry agreements, so I'm not going to touch on it, only to say that New Zealand's biosecurity system is immensely stronger than it was before we started this just over 10 years ago. It's unique in the world. Yeah, Australia's got something like it, but ours is so much better. Ours is about, no, I'm not going to say because Fee's going to say. Okay. What else? Just an example of some of this collaboration. So I thought I'd touch on HPAI, particularly because it's one of these One Health, or I could say One Biosecurity approaches. Because we're talking about the environment. We've been doing central government planning with MPI, Department of Conservation, Ministry of Health, Ministry for Business, is it Innovation and Employment? Yeah. So looking at what's going to happen to our native birds, supporting DOC to do vaccination trials and that sort of thing. What's going to happen to our food supply? How are we going to keep the price of eggs under control? Are we going to have eggs? Yeah. Poultry supply. What's going to happen to the industry? What's going to be the impact on exports? Yeah. What surveillance do we need to do? So looking right across the system, trying to make sure that we're ready. Yeah. And so, yeah, that's been another example where we've been able to partner together. One of the interesting features about this, though, is that New Zealand, as we get ready for H5N1, the one that's carried by wild birds that we won't be able to get rid of, as we're getting ready for it, we've already decided with industry that we're not going to try and stamp it out. So you won't see MPI coming into poultry farm after poultry farm, killing chicks and burying them. And yeah, you might see a little bit of that, but mostly we'll be working with industry, helping them to manage this at an industry level so that they can take measured actions to keep business going as well as they can. That's quite a unique thing. All right, so last bit, Biosecurity System Action Plan. Google it, yeah. Google it and you'll find it. This is our latest opportunity to partner for the good of the biosecurity system. This plan has been developed over the last couple of years through lots of conversations with people like you. We've whittled it down from the original wish list of over 100 actions down to 16, yeah, under 4 themes. And you know, when I look at each of those 16 actions, all of them need collaboration to deliver. We can't do any of it ourselves. Number one, clarifying expectations of the biosecurity system and establishing key performance indicators. How do you measure how good your biosecurity system is? Have you got some ideas? Anybody? Oh, no ideas on how you measure how good the biosecurity system is. Well, I have to collaborate with somebody else then. Number 3, improved integration, management and use of biosecurity data. Yeah, so Phil already talked about that. We desperately need that across New Zealand. We have people hanging on to data sets and models that could be so powerful if we provided access to them, did a bit of data standardization, and then we could all jump in and do some analytics, right? Sure, there's some hurdles to overcome, but we can do that. Number 5, establish domestic emerging risk network to identify and advise on emerging risks domestically. Anybody interested in having an early heads up if any pests or weed problems are changing across the country? Yeah, okay, so let's get involved. Yeah, I'll probably stop there, but look, there's any number of things that we will need your help with. We've put out a call to action over November, December, and early in the new year. We'll be holding workshops, not to come up with a list of things we'd like to do, but to talk about what we're already doing and where the gaps might be, and see how we can support each other in what we're already planning to do and what we might individually and collectively plan to do in the future. Yeah, so I just want to close by inviting you to be a part of it. Google it, Biosecurity System Action Plan. I would say look on the MPI website, but you'll find it easier if you Google it. All right. Thanks, everybody.
That sound okay?
Okay, our final speaker is Fee Roberts from Dairy NZ. And not surprising, her focus is ensuring that there's better biosecurity in the industry. And her work centers on building resilience across the industry and safeguarding long-term productivity.
Thanks, Phil.
Thanks, everyone. I recognise a couple of faces in the room, but just to give you a little bit of background as to who I am and where I come from. I've been in this role as essentially biosecurity manager, like Matt does for KVH at Dairy NZ for a couple of years, and I've done my time. I've done my service at MPI as well in Biosecurity New Zealand, working with Pete. But where it all began for me was over in the UK. I hail from Worcestershire, and I did a Masters in Sustainable Agriculture in 2001, and that was the same year that we had the FMD outbreak. And I was working in my first ever job in London, and my family farm, which was a dairy farm, was pretty badly impacted by that outbreak. And you'll all know the chaos that unfolded. So I guess it sparked a passion for biosecurity for me personally. So yeah, really pleased to be here with you today. Hopefully what I'll do in this presentation is to kind of talk about the biosecurity system, but not in the context of it being a set of rules and regulations, more about it being a strategic advantage for New Zealand's global competitiveness and our long-term success, and in particular for the dairy sector. I'll go through a couple of examples of how we've partnered, touch on the importance of that collective responsibility. I think you'll see a little bit of similarity between some of the slides that have been shared already and some of the other presentations from the GIA partners, from Jim and Matt. But I'll give you some examples of how Dairy NZ's partnered over strengthening traceability, building response readiness, and improving everyday biosecurity practices. I have to point it here. Oh, okay. So who's Dairy NZ? We represent 10,485 dairy farmers across the whole of New Zealand. We're an industry good organisation, and we're primarily funded through a commodity levy on milk solids, and that is, this last year was around $67 million per year. But something that a lot of people don't realise is that dairy farmers also contribute to 6 other biosecurity levies, and that's the TB, National Pest Management Plan levy, the Mycoplasma bovis plan levy, the NATE levies, we've heard about the National Animal Identification and Traceability Scheme, and also the levies that fund our cost share of the government industry agreement. We also spend a quarter of that $67 million of our commodity levy goes straight to TB. So it's a pretty significant contribution from the sector. Dairy NZ's purpose is simple. It's to progress a positive future for New Zealand dairy farming. And resilient, adaptable farms are a big part of that. We are slightly obsessed with the whole farm approach at Dairy NZ. We act as that bridge between the science world, the policy world, and the practical world. And we like to think that we deliver practical and scalable solutions for farmers. So feel very much aligned with that One Health approach, or that One Biosecurity approach. Why is it just me? Oh, maybe wrong buttons, there you go. And this is how we operate in that farm systems approach. So it's a two-way connection between science, policy, farmers behind the farm gate. And our regional teams are out there working with farmers to apply the latest research in real world settings, while our policy and advocacy teams are ensuring that farmer insights are shaping national and regional regulations. Like others, this is just to give you an idea of the facts and figures about our industry. Just stay with me, it's a bit long here, but I find it quite impressive. So New Zealand dairy industry contributes around 27 billion in export revenue, and that's a quarter of the nation's total exports. Each year, the sector produces almost 21 billion litres of milk from 4.7 million cows. Now that is, I Googled something that was an analogy of that, and it tells me that that's like filling Wellington Harbour with milk twice, every year. That's huge. And 95% of that milk gets exported. So our sector's success is tightly linked to global market dynamics and, of course, those rising expectations around sustainability. Average herd size now is around 450, and I think that's reflective of a steady shift to greater efficiencies and consolidations. So when we talk about dairy, we're not just talking about agriculture, we're talking about that complex interconnected system, touches on climate, land use, biosecurity, trade and innovation. And I think it's fair to say, all the scientists in the room, that your work is shaping the future of our sector. So beyond protecting all of that economic value, biosecurity, clearly important to the sector. It also keeps our animals and plants healthy, and that drives herd productivity and farm profitability. It also protects livelihoods. A major outbreak doesn't just affect the cows, and it really, Bovis had such a huge impact on families, on communities that were impacted, and on the rural economy. Prevention, far cheaper than the cure. And I think really just knowing the almost $900 million cost of the M. bovis response in recent years is testament to that. So this slide here just shows you, it's actually 1 year out of date. The updated slide for this year just didn't come through quite in time. But this shows you that the total investment for the 23-24 financial year was 75.45 million. And that's just for dairy farmers contributing into the TB pest management program, the M. bovis eradication program, the NATE scheme, and then the wider biosecurity is our team at Dairy NZ doing the work that we do. This year, I would expect the bovis costs to come down by about 27 million, just as we're closing out the program and the costs are winding down. So yeah, significant investment. So we often hear the slogan, "Together we're stronger," and I don't hear "Kotato this thus" so much anymore, but I'm not sure if we're using that, Pete, but it's a really, either way, it's a really important principle that underpins our biosecurity system in New Zealand. At Dairy NZ, we take this responsibility seriously. We're the largest financial industry contributor to the GIA partnership, which does have kind of its ups and downs. It means that we could potentially be involved in everything. So we do need to carefully prioritise our investments. Our role at Dairy NZ stretches across multiple fronts. So we too are we're advocates, and we're involved in the policy advocacy side of things, shaping that national policy and legislation. But as the joint decision maker and funder, we get to co-design and work and collaborate with MPI and other sector partners under the deed and the new operational agreement for foot and mouth disease. As a shareholder and funder, we represent dairy farmers' interests in institutions like Osprey. So in that role, we're sort of overseeing the delivery of TB and M. bovis eradication programs. We're not doing that ourselves. We also have an important role in advising farmers. So we can activate our regional teams to provide farmers with trusted science-based tools to manage their own individual on-farm risks. You've seen this slide already. Apologies for the duplication. As Pete said, this is a partnership between the government and primary industries, and we work together. Dairy NZ joined in 2018. I think KVH were the first to join in 2014, Matt. So we weren't too far behind, but we did have bovis to contend with. So that's kind of taken up our efforts for the last 10 years or so, 8 years. But yeah, 2018 was the time when Mycoplasma bovis was first detected. So we sort of joined the GIA deed, let's be honest, with needing to be involved in the decisions that were going to impact our farmers. So we wanted that seat at the decision-making table. But the operational agreement at that time was only for response. The benefits of the partnership soon became clear from our involvement in that response. And I think everyone that was involved would say it was stronger from having industry around the table. We've now signed this new operational agreement for mouth disease, but that's both for readiness and response. So we're pretty excited, or I am, about getting stuck into some readiness activities. What we've now got is a formal readiness work program, and year one, we're looking to review some of the FMD operational plans, the 4Ds, the destruction, disposal, whatever, decontamination. And we're also looking to build our workforce capability. So where has industry got resources that we can put into the mix? We're redefining or refining or reviewing or whatever the word is, our compensation system for FMD. We need that to be fair and consistent and timely so that we can get farmers back to business faster. So all of this work hopefully will be benefiting from working together under the OA. I think this slide's slightly fuzzy, so apologies. But the Mycoplasma bovis program, great example of partnership. Farmers, industry and government all working together towards one goal. And we're still on track for that goal, eradication by 2028. All going well, this is going to be a world first and a huge win for our sector. What you can see here is the 3 phases of the program, each carefully planned so that we move through with confidence and certainty. Right now, we're in that middle phase, the provisional absence phase, meaning that we haven't had any farm-to-farm spread since the 7th of September 2023. Our focus now is on building confidence of absence through surveillance and bulk tank milk screening. To move to the final phase, we need 2 clear rounds in autumn and spring, plus some follow-up work on the previously infected farms. So hoping that we'll see some announcement on that in due course. One thing I just wanted to raise, just an example of innovation within the Mycoplasma bovis. I'm reliably informed that there was a very exciting innovation with the AADIS model, ADIS, I assume it's called. And it was a model that was developed with SEBRA and the University of Melbourne. That model, along with scenario tree modeling, helped us do smarter, more targeted surveillance. It made sure that we focused our efforts in the right places and for the right amount of time. And it just serves as a nice example of science and farming know-how working hand in hand. In the TB eradication program, we've also made some huge strides. What you can see here is the dramatic drop in infected herd, kind of shows what sustained investment and collaboration can achieve. And the dip that you can see on the left in the 80s was when funding wasn't sustained. And so that sudden surge was a result of that. Back in 1995, every herd in New Zealand was under movement controls and routine surveillance testing. So it was a pretty blanket approach, but necessary at the time, but also quite disruptive. By 2015, we'd moved to a smarter risk-based model with only 5,500 herds in the main control area needing routine testing. Today, that number's under 2,000, and annual testing volumes have dropped from over 5 million in 2000 to just 1.2 million. And we're still innovating. Osprey is trialling the Enfaplex bulk tank milk test, which again is a world first that screens for TB in milk. Again, lets us detect the risk earlier, focuses testing on where it's needed the most, and reduces the disruption for farmers. In terms of improving traceability for the dairy sector, this past year has been a bit of a reset year for Osprey. Osprey are the management agency for the National Animal Identification Traceability Scheme, NAIT. And kudos to Courtney at Onside for progressing advancements in the tech space, and hopefully we'll get some similar innovations happening on our side too. Dairy farmers have invested heavily in My Osprey, and it's fair to say that the platform hasn't met expectations. So following an independent review last year done by PwC, we had to act quickly, and Dairy NZ moved to strengthen Osprey's governance with the appointment of new directors. And there's also a new shareholder and MPI group that's chaired by our chair, Tracy Brown. I think it was you, Phil, that mentioned the need for good governance across these systems, and that's a good example of that. NAPE planning and reporting is improved, and we'll continue to monitor their progress to make sure that farmers' levies are protected and used wisely. And lastly, we believe biosecurity starts at the farm gate, of course, and it doesn't really have to be complicated. It can be as simple as having a biosecurity plan that everyone on farm understands, quarantining new animals when they arrive for at least 7 days, and keeping your boundary fences secure. We have recently refurbished or refreshed our biosecurity toolkit for farmers to make that biosecurity practice more straightforward. It includes things like visitor signage, farm biosecurity plans that can be tailored to a farmer's individual unique risks. That's quite important. Pre-purchase checklists to reduce risks from incoming stock, and things like risk assessment tools, which can help farmers identify and manage their own weak points before they become problems. This is a toolbox that we designed for farmers. It's a self-service model where farmers can access the tools they need, and our regional teams will provide them to them. But it's also heavily leveraged by vets and rural professionals. I think the dairy processors refer to it as well, and other farmer support teams. So looking to the future, Dairy NZ's long-term ambition is stated as a biosecurity system that's science-based, well-coordinated, and delivers real value for farmers. So this conference is all about innovation and sustainability shaping the future of farming. But hopefully, I've also shown you that partnership and a kind of a collective mindset is also just as critical. Science is really the engine room of the system, and the opportunities for innovation are everywhere. These 4 categories are really just sort of broad areas for where we see innovation that's possible. Under detection and diagnostics, I've got similar examples to Phil. Wearable tech, things like cow Fitbits, monitoring animal health and movements, and then animal behavior as well in real time. And if you could combine that with milk quality data and health records, you've got a system that can flag issues way in advance. Under risk assessment and pathway management, obviously we've talked a little bit about the potential of AI and digital traceability and how that could transform how we assess and manage risk. Under response and recovery, picturing those drones delivering vaccines, reaching remote herds, and that rapid genome sequencing, pinpointing the source of an incursion within hours. I think the industry will continue to look to build long-term resilience to biosecurity threats, so that genetic selection for breeding resistance, but also at the sort of boosting the immunity more naturally, understanding the gut biome and unlocking ways to do that. These are just some of the ideas I came up with. I'm not a scientist anymore, but I guess it shows that, to me anyway, strong biosecurity, it's not just about protection, but it's also about progress. It means that we need to develop those solutions that will affect the change on the farms. So again, as Courtney said, make it the easy thing to do for farmers. Thank you. That's my... Thanks.
Thank you very much, Fee.
Oh, I'm attached. Whoops.
Bring Pete up here. The floor is open for questions.
Just thinking about data. So, I totally agree that there needs to be sharing of data across New Zealand, and particularly between the regional sector and MPI. But I am finding it difficult to get information when there's been occurrences of species in Canterbury. I'm told about things, but when I say, well, whereabouts was it? can't tell you that. However, sort of the other way around, I'm still being asked for information on, say, great willow herb, where are all the sites? So I think we need to have a better collaboration there in terms of data sharing going forward if we're going to win or at least help to mitigate the risk of spread of some species.
Couldn't agree more. You know, as a central government agency, whenever I talk to people internally about, come on, let's get transparency, let's publish this information, the thing is always, oh, privacy and security, we're going to have to put it through a risk assessment first. And I'm like, well, can't we just reduce some of the sensitivity of the information? You know, instead of showing the property, let's show where it was within 100 square meters or within 5 hectares, you know, and at least that's something that's useful, and you get rid of all those privacy issues. But we just need to work through some of that stuff, and I'm sure we can get there.
Thank you very much. We talked a lot about control on farm. I haven't heard you guys talk about the backyards having of animals on lifestyle blocks, pigs, poultry, horses, pet cows. How do you look at that in the whole scheme of biosecurity?
Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, so when we're doing our risk assessments, particularly for any risks coming into New Zealand, we do look at the backyard issues. We look at things like if people are going to be importing fruits, we'll look at, okay, so what happens to the waste? Yeah, does that go into compost? And if it goes into the compost, how likely is it to grow? And if it grows, how likely is it to transmit to either our natural environment or to our productive environment? Yeah. So what we're looking for is those transmission pathways. And typically the transmission pathways into the backyard are considered to be lower, or at least you could get a disease or pest in the backyard, but getting it, you know, getting out of there into the productive or natural environment might be less likely. But it absolutely has to be factored in. You know, in our preparations for HPAI, we've got a whole lot of messaging specifically for people that are keeping backyard chooks. You know, here's what to do. If you're going to pick up your dead chooks, here's the clothing you need to wear, you know, those sorts of things. So it is there. It's probably just not as evident. And fair to say there's probably some gaps as well.
Just to mention on the TB plan, so that you'll probably be aware that the TB National Pest Management Plan is going through its 10-year review at the current time, and there's a renewed focus on vector control. So, you know, really honing in on those possums to achieve the eradication goal. So that's definitely part of that program.
So I guess on that, I mean, do we know where all the lifestyle blocks are, what they've got on them? I think the issue there is if you have a problem like that, do you know the scale of the problem, where to look? Because I think that information isn't captured anywhere, is it? Whether people have got chooks on their farm or ducks on ponds and stuff.
No, there's no mandatory register. We don't have all of it. Agribase has some of it. I mean, not what ducks are on farms, but Agribase has some of that lower level stuff. But yeah, that's why I say there are some gaps.
Yeah, and horses, this is the royal we don't know where all the horses are. Pigs, we don't know where all the pigs are. And they estimate about 5,000 backyard pig farmers, and there's only like, what is it, 65 odd professional pickers in New Zealand. So there is definitely a gap. Yeah. Other question. You said that there is a partnership brewing in Canterbury. What is stopping it from making it happen?
Were any of you at the meeting that was had recently? Maybe you could answer the question.
Yeah, I think what's stopping it is just getting the right people around the table. So it's been mulled for a number of years, but I think what you need to get is a critical mass of people who want to sign up to it. So that's the first stage. And so now that I think that first stage has got there. So the organisations involved are across Canterbury, but including important players like the port and the airport, but also ECAN and DOC and MPI, and the major industries as well. I think the next stage, things are progressing now. There have been 2 meetings in the last 3 months. The issue there is to set up a management group that'll be primarily driven by stakeholders who are non-governmental, and then a science group that'll be there in an advisory role. But probably what really needs to happen is to get a champion who's out to promote the concept, that is someone who is respected but also aware of the issues. And I think if that momentum, so I think with the previous examples in Taranaki and also in Tauranga, they did take a bit of time to catch up, but to evolve. But it really, I think they're catalyzed by having 1 or 2 individuals who were really driven by it. And I think that's what you've got to find is those individuals. But it's happening. I think it's just yeah, it just needs a bit more promotion and engagement.
Just following on from that comment, how do you keep it going? It seems to me that you could have this, this rush of enthusiasm, and then sort of like 10 years down the track, it falters. So what is, I guess it's my thoughts would be there needs to be some strategy to make sure that that vitality is maintained down further 20 odd years down the track, and it's dynamic, of course.
So I think it'll only survive if it's useful. So I think the thing with Tauranga Moana Biosecurity Capital, their annual meetings, their networks, etc., are seen as being valuable. And I think we have to agree that MPI also puts some money into the system, but other industries are supporting that. So I think that's what we'll see. We'll probably see early on some support from MPI to get the momentum going. But unless other organizations are prepared to support it, then it will die. And then the reason they won't support it is they don't see the value. So I think the issue is all of us who are Canterbury based, it's in our best interests to make sure it works by supporting it. Yeah? And that includes, research organizations in terms of contribution in kind, but other industries in terms of perhaps some financial commitment.
So really interesting session, that one. And I think you really just touched on a good point there, Phil, about value. So what is the value to businesses for having a secure and really strong biosecurity industry? And what I've learned going through the process of disclosing on impacts and dependencies on nature for the port company under the global biodiversity framework, it really provides a good framework for businesses to come into that environmental space and to really understand what the key drivers of nature loss are for business and sort of for the bottom line. And I think you described it really well, and I took a photo of that because we don't have that data, describing, obviously a port is part of the process of driving exports for the dairy industry being, like you say, it's a quarter of our export revenue as well. And so if the dairy industry is going to be susceptible and more susceptible to risks in pests and diseases, then that impacts our bottom line. And so making that connection in businesses is going to hopefully drive more resourcing. And, there's been a lot of talk about how to get more resourcing into this space and more funding for new research opportunities. And I think possibly through that global biodiversity framework and that realization of businesses to be dependent of their own realization of their dependency and putting a value on that.
Yeah.
And it's probably preaching to the converted in this room, because obviously we've seen with many of the presentations that already that value is realized in dollars, but maybe not so much for other industries.
Yeah, no, agree. I'd love to see, I think I've already, Mike. We were talking internally about the possibility of a piece of research that sort of looks at that biosecurity dividend model, like it is actually the, New Zealand farms have got very healthy cows. They've got their lower vet bills, they're not dealing with all the impacts of the biosecurity pest, but it would be nice to quantify that.
I guess the thing is with these collaborations in Tauranga and Taranaki and here, they're very different environments. So Bay of Plenty, very much horticultural driven, Taranaki largely dairy sector, and Canterbury a mixture of various sectors. At the last meeting we had Potatoes New Zealand there, FAR were there, so there's a wide range of stakeholders. So it's a different dynamic as well. And I think that you're right that they've all got to see the value of, and I think they do. I mean, the people obviously in the room realize that their industries are threatened by biosecurity threats, but we need to get that out more widely. The tourism industry needs to be part of that as well. Yeah. So
just a shout out to that. So I did notice on the biosecurity system action plan, there was in the approach, it says recognise and leverage the cross-cutting nature of the biosecurity system and the connections with and so that's that line in there where I see business seeing themselves. But often with action plans, you don't see business in there. It's often leading organisations, research institutions, community, but where is business?
Mm.
No, that's right. That's all. So you, on your travels overseas, you met Canada and different places up here who are doing some pretty cool stuff. Is there any countries at the top of the list that you think put just as much emphasis on biosecurity as they do, or other compliance as well? So
are you talking at a farm level?
yeah.
Well, so in terms of biosecurity, New Zealand and Australia, you'd put on a par. We have some different approaches, but everywhere else in the world, well, there's probably three lots, right? There's New Zealand and Australia. There's UK, USA, Canada, maybe a few others, and then there's the rest of the world, right? And no, I haven't seen where anywhere really where biosecurity is right up there with everything else. I guess one of the features of the biosecurity system is the Biosecurity Act, when it was first set up, was an enabling act rather than a prescriptive act. So it didn't put in place right at the start a whole lot of rules that people had to comply with. It put in place the ability to do that. And so we've tried to, the Biosecurity Act over the years has tried to be quite light touch, especially domestically. And so, no, I don't think there's anywhere really that I know of where there's a whole lot of compliance like there is for health and safety and other things that equates to biosecurity.
Any other questions? I think that's probably us. So first of all, I'd like to thank obviously the speakers from this latest session, but also to all the speakers. I think we've had a really good session, very broad and diverse. It's very rare to get such a diversity of speakers in one session. All the talks have been fascinating. So I'd like to just warmly thank everybody for all their great contributions.